A very good morning to everyone present here. It is with profound honor, immense pleasure, and great academic pride that I welcome this distinguished gathering to the International Conference on Current Innovations in Chemical and Applied Sciences, CICAS 2026, organized by the Department of Chemistry, Bangalore University, at this historic Jnana Bharati campus. Science, as Albert Einstein beautifully reminded us, the important thing is not to stop thinking, but because curiosity has its own existence. Today, this hall resonates with that curiosity, bringing together eminent scientists, visionary administrators, accomplished academicians, researchers, and young minds, all united by a common pursuit, that is, innovation through science. On behalf of Department of Chemistry, Bangalore University, I, Dr. M.V. Kamalalakshmi, am honored to anchor the inaugural session of this prestigious international conference. I now request all the dignitaries to come over to the dais and take their respective seats. In the Indian knowledge tradition, every scholarly journey begins by seeking divine grace, for wisdom without humility remains incomplete. Saraswati namastubhyam varade kamarupini vidyarambam karishyami siddhir bhavatu me sada. I now invite Ms. Kavyashri and Ms. Deepti to invoke the Almighty's blessings through invocation song.
ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು पाशाङ्कुशधर मूषिकवाहन सर्पालङ्कृतने गजानन पाशाङ्कुशधर मूषिकवाहन सर्पालङ्कृतने गजानन आदिपूजित नीनु वेदवन्दित नीनु ಗಣಾಧಿಪ ಗಿರಿಜಾಸುತನಿಗೆ ಗರಿಗೆಯ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವೆ ಪರಿಹರಿಸು ಪಾಪ ಗಣಾಧಿಪ ರತ್ನವರ್ಣನು ನೀನು ಲಂಬೋದರ ನೀನು ರತ್ನವರ್ಣನು ನೀನು ಲಂಬೋದರ ನೀನು ರಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಕಾಪಾಡು ಗಣನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ಧನ್ಯವಾದ
Thank you, Miss Kavya and Deepthi, for that serene and soulful invocation. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah shatrubuddhi vinashaya deepajoti namostute. May we be guided from ignorance to knowledge, from darkness to light, and from limitation to enlightenment. In Indian philosophy, light symbolizes wisdom, purity, and eternal triumph of knowledge over ignorance. We now proceed to the lighting of inaugural lamp, symbolizing the ignition of intellectual brilliance and collective enlightenment. I respectfully invite all the dignitaries to light the ceremonial lamp.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च
Thank you, respected dignitaries, for illuminating the ceremonial lamp and symbolically igniting the flame of knowledge, wisdom, and scientific temper required for CICAS 2026. A conference of this stature stands on strong academic foundation and committed leadership. Professor Y. Shivraj is instrumental in academic planning, research coordination, and fostering interdisciplinary collaboration within the department, and his leadership has played a vital role in shaping this international conference. I now invite Professor Y. Shivraj, Conference Coordinator, CICAS 2026, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, please.
Good morning. Good morning, one and all present here. Today, 5th February 2026. So we're all witnessing for the International Conference in Department of Chemistry on the title Current Innovations in Chemical and Applied Sciences. So I'm happy to introduce one and all for this international conference, so which is taking place in the Department of Chemistry. So we conducted one national conference in the previous year. So with the encouragement and the involvement of all the participants, so we could able to conduct international conference today. And we are happy here, so we got huge response so throughout the country, outside the state and outside the district, and more than 170 participants and 150 presentation for oral and the poster we received. To inaugurate this conference, so we have highly dignified scientists, professors, researchers, chemists, biologists, physicists. We are all assembled in this hall. So we are happy to invite dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. To welcome, to start with, so we have a distinguished scientist, Dr. Padma Shri Dr. A.S. Kiran Kumar sir. So in behalf of Department of Chemistry, faculty, university, wholeheartedly I welcome you, sir. I request Vice Chancellor sir to present a plant sapling. One more distinguished professor, Niranjan sir, Vice Chairman, Karnataka State Higher Education Council. So he is with us now and he is blessing the occasion. In behalf of Department of Chemistry, all the faculty, researchers, and university, I welcome you, sir, for this program. I request our Registrar Madam to present the plant sapling. So our inspiration all the time, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, so he is inaugurating this program. In behalf of Department of Chemistry, faculty, and all the researchers, I welcome you, sir. I request Putsami sir to present the plant sapling. Our registrar madam, very efficient registrar madam, Shantala madam, is blessing the occasion. I request Nur Shaina madam to present the plant sapling. Along with these dignitaries, so I am very happy to invite all our senior professors. Gomati Madam, so former Vice Chancellor of Marani Cluster University, I request organizers to present a rose to Madam. I also welcome Ramachandra Swami sir to this program. I also welcome Chandrapa sir, PM Usha Nodal Officer, Sudesh sir, our invited speaker, Professor Gopi sir, Nagsundar sir, welcome sir, and Jaydepa sir, former Principal, Sayed Science College, Shumaga, Professor Gopi, Professor Srinivas sir from Tumkur University, Mahendra sir, Krishnamurthy sir, our resource person, Professor Palaniyappan, our resource person, Dr. Jayashree madam, Dr. Nirmala Vyas. So I welcome one and all for this program. To say a few about the university, in 2023, the university earned a A++ accreditation from the National Accreditation and Council, NAC, underscoring its dedication to academic excellence, research, innovation, and world-class infrastructure. Also, we ranked 65 among the universities in the National Institution Ranking Framework, that is under NIRF. And so Bangalore University continues to uphold its reputation as a prominent hub for academic and research activities. So when it comes to today's conference, so we covered most of the themes in chemistry, biology, as well as material science. To name a few, so organic and medicinal chemistry, inorganic and biochemistry, analytical and bioanalytical chemistry, energy storage, nano science, pharmaceutical, and polymer chemistry as well. So this conference would bring together relevant field experts, professors, industry representatives, postdoctoral fellows, and research students across the country, providing them with the opportunity to report, present, and discuss the scientific questions, achievements, issues, and as well as challenges in the relevant field. This conference includes keynote lectures, invited talks by the eminent personalities from around the country, with the keynote talks as well, and also the scientific sessions like a poster and oral presentation, which will highlight latest exciting developments, advancements, and innovative strategies in the field of chemical and applied sciences. which is addressing the global challenges in the field of sustainability, energy, healthcare, and environmental production. So we encourage, as an organizing committee, so we encourage each participant to actively participate in this 2 days international conference and make use of this conference for their, to uphold the legacy of chemistry and the basic sciences. I wish a pleasant stay in all of you. I wish a pleasant stay in Bangalore University for 2 days. So I welcome one and all for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivraj sir, for your warm welcome. Your words have beautifully set tone for this international conference and reflected the vision behind the international conference CICAS 2026. It is now my privilege to invite our dynamic and esteemed faculty, Professor G. Krishnamurthy, Department of Chemistry, Bangalore University, to introduce today's chief guest. Sir.
Good morning to the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais and one and all who are in this hall. I have a great pleasure in introducing the renowned scientist Padma Shri A.S. Kiran Kumar sir and also the renowned scientist Dr. S.R. Niranjan sir. Padma Shri Shri A.S. Kiran Kumar sir is the chairman, Physical Research Laboratory Management Council and members, Space Commission, Government of India. He has served as a secretary, Department of Space and chairman, Indian Space Research Organization during 2015 and 15 to 18. Shri Kiran Kumar sir is from Karnataka, from Hassan. He is the alumnus of Bangalore University. He did his MSc degree from Bangalore University in physics, electronics, and he did his MTech degree in physical engineering and Indian Institute of Science from Bangalore. He has contributed immensely through the ISRO to India in various fields like communication, navigation, meteorology, space science, like that, and also in the development of indigenous launch vehicles and related technology. Professor Shri Kiran Kumar sir has led design and development of more than 50 electro-imaging sensors flown on various space-borne platforms, starting from Bhaskara in 1979. Further, he has played a role in success of Chandrayaan missions and Mars orbiter mission significantly. Shri Kiran Kumar sir has been the chair of Committee of Earth Observation Satellites in 2012. He has made valuable contribution to the coordination group of meteorological satellites, expert teams, satellite systems, World Meteorological Organization, and Indo-US Joint Working Group on Civil Space Cooperation. Shri Kiran Kumar sir has been the President, Aeronautical Society of India. He is a Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, National Academy of Sciences India, Indian Society of Remote Sensing, Institution of Electronics and Telecommunications India, Indian Society of Systems for Science and Engineering, Indian Meteorological Society, Indian Society of Geomatics, Gujarat Society Science Academy, Andhra Pradesh Academy of Sciences, so on. He has been conferred with honoris causa and DSc by 18 Indian institutions. He has co-authored for about 85 publications in various national, international scientific journals. And for his contribution, he has, in recognition of his contribution, he has conferred with Padma Shri by President of India in 2014. Other notable honors conferred on him include Rajyotsava Award for in 2015, Sir Vishwesvaraya Senior Scientist State Award. In 2013, by Government of Karnataka, Lifetime Achievement Award from Karnataka Science and Technology Academy in 2016. So IAC Distinguished Alumni Award in 2015, Gujarat Ratna Life for Innovation Award conferred by Gujarat Innovation and Society in 2014, Lifetime Achievement Award by Andhra Pradesh Academy of Sciences, Bharat Ratna Sir M. Vishwesvaraya Centenary Award by University of Mysore in 2016, so GM Modi Science Award in 2016, HK Firodia Vignan Ratna Award in 2017, like this. He has got so many awards for his credits, and he has got Lifetime Achievement Award in 2018 from ISRO. He has been conferred with prestigious 2018 International Von Karman Wings Award instituted by Aerospace Historical Society together with Graduate Aerospace Laboratories at California Institute of Technology in 2018. And he has got a highest civilian honor by the government of France in 2019, that is Chevalier National de la Legion d'Honneur honor for his credit. So if you go on telling like this for his contributions and services to the India and the nation, so there are a lot more. So now we have, sir, we have a great honor in having you on this occasion as a chief guest to inaugurate this international conference. Thank you, sir. So I have an immense pleasure in introducing the another chief guest of this inaugural session, that is Dr. S.R. Niranjana sir. He is highly distinguished scientist, academic leader and visionary administrator. Presently he is serving as distinguished professor lifelong in the Department of Studies in Biotechnology, University of Mysore, Manasa Gangotri. He earlier served with the distinction as Vice Chancellor of Gulbarga University, Karnataka during 2015-19. So he has contributed significantly to the academic governance, research excellence and institutional development during his tenure. With more than 34 years of teaching and research experience, Dr. Niranjana sir has made outstanding contributions in biotechnology, agricultural and plant biotechnology, molecular plant biopathology, and like so on. He has, his research has led lasting impact on sustainable agriculture, disease managing and food security. Dr. Niranjana sir, he is a fellow of several premier national academies, including the National Academy of Sciences India, FNASC, then FNAAS, FNABS, then FPISI and Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, FKSTA, is also the fellow of Danish International Development Academy. His exceptional scientific and academic achievements have been recognized with numerous prestigious awards, including Dr. Rajaramana State Award, Sir C.V. Raman State Award, Sir M. Vishwesvaraya Award, Sir C.V. Raman Birth Centenary Award, and Professor S.S. Chahal Lifetime Achievement Award. So, he is an accomplished mentor. Dr. Niranjana sir has guided 21 PhD scholars, 40 MPhil students and 2 postdoctoral research scholars. He has published over 211 scientific works, including national and international journals, books and book chapters, etc. So with a H index of 38 and more than 4,700 citations. He also holds 4 granted patents reflecting his commitment and translational research in his field of expert. So Dr. Niranjana sir has successfully mobilized about nearly 23 crores of rupees by sponsored research funding agencies from national and international agencies like DST, DBT, UGC, MHRD, etc. European Union, and he has played a key role in establishing advanced laboratories, international training centers across the several countries. So beyond his research, he has served on numerous national policies, accreditation, academic committees, including UGC, DBT, DST, ACR, NAC, etc., and university academic bodies. And he has significantly contributed to higher education policies. Sir, it is an honor to have you on this occasion as a keynote speaker. So I welcome you and Professor Kiran Kumar sir, both of you, on this occasion wholeheartedly on behalf of the department and all of. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Krishnamurthy sir, for that warm introduction. It's now privilege to invite our own esteemed faculty, Dr. G. Shankar, Department of Chemistry, Bangalore University, to introduce our next distinguished guests.
Hello everyone, good morning. Respected dignitaries, it's my honor and privilege to introduce our own Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Jaykara SM. So, sir has joined our Bangalore University in July 2022. He brings a very rich experience in education, teaching, research, and administration, both at national and international level. I had browsed sir's profile. It runs in excess of some 20 plus pages, so it will be very difficult to accommodate in this short span. I'd just like to sum up in a very short. Sir has started his teaching career in 1995 as a lecturer at Department of Conservative Dentistry at A.B. Shetty Institute of Dental Science, Mangalore. And a very important point to be noted here, he is also alumnus of Bangalore University. Among this very rich research as well as academic credential, to note is like Professor Jaykara is closely associated with Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science since 2006. He has been serving in a different position, including like acting Vice Chancellor, Dean Faculty of Dentistry, Chairman Board of Studies, Member of Senate, Syndicate, Academic Council, Financial Committee, as well as Faculty of Dentistry. Sir also has traveled worldwide, most of the European country like Germany, Switzerland, Spain, France, in collaboration with a few university and also like Overst University of Applied Science in Belgium. To his research credential, he has authored 4 books and numerous research publications. And just to summarize in a short, he has been awarded with the honorary rank of Colonel Commandant and also international certificate honor from Periyar Foucault Academy, Indian Science in 2022. So we welcome you, sir, for this CISCA conference. I have one more privilege in introducing our own Registrar Madam, Srimati Shantala KT, KAS, currently serving as a Registrar of our Bangalore University. We asked Madam to give some of the detail, but it was not available. Although like we were able to get a few information, this is very, very short. Madam has already served as a Deputy Commissioner in the Asan district and also as a Registrar in the Rani Chennamma University, Belagavi. So with this short note, I welcome you also, Madam, for this conference. I hope all of you will make use of this conference to the fullest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the gracious and insightful introduction. As Marie Curie once said, nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Research becomes impactful when ideas are shared, scrutinized, and preserved. The abstract book of CICAS 2026 captures original research ideas, innovations, and scientific curiosity across diverse domains of chemical and applied sciences. I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly proceed with the abstract book release. Thank you, dignitaries, for formally releasing the abstract book of CICAS 2026. This volume stands as a witness to the collective research efforts, innovative thinking, and scholarly contributions of participants across institutions and discipline. As William Worm Humboldt profoundly stated, the true end of higher education is not to impart knowledge, but to cultivate the mind. Today, we have a great academician whose distinguished career reflects this noble purpose. It is now my proud privilege to invite our chief guest, Professor S.R. Niranjana, Vice Chairman, Karnataka State Higher Education, to deliver the inaugural address. I welcome you, sir.
Good morning, all of you. Ellargu namaskara. Bangalore University Department of Chemistry, in association with Royal Society of Chemistry, ECS Chemistry for Life, and they are organizing the current innovations in chemical and applied science international conference. During this occasion, on the dais, very respected, renowned Padma Shri, Dr. A.S. Kiran Kumar sir, former chairman ISRO, and the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University and good friend of mine, Professor Jaikar S.M., and the Madam Shantala, Registrar, Bangalore University with Administration, and the conference coordinator and department head, Professor Sivraj, and the Madam Gomati Devi, former Vice Chancellor of Maharanis University, Dr. K.N. Mahendra, K.R. Nagasandra, Ramachandra Swami, and Srinivas, then Professor Sudesh, PM Usha coordinator, very important, and then Jayadevappa from Kuvempu University, Chandrappa, Bangalore University, other learned professors who are sitting here. I don't want to take all of your name, Timal, because of the time. I don't know how much time it has given to me. I thought that Professor Kiran Kumar is going to speak. After that, let me address the inaugural address. But he has given me the opportunity in the beginning itself. I am little bit odd man out from the chemistry. I don't think I am odd man out. I am a biologist. Today, without biology, without chemistry, there is no biology. Without chemistry, there is no biology. Conventional biology has gone now. So we have taken chemist into confidence and we are doing a biological science. All of my introduction, I am worked in the agriculture field as agricultural biotechnologist. In the meantime, we have considered chemistry as very important subject today. We are thinking that we are going to keep the chemistry as in the chemical science, physical science, biological science, life science. See, lot of this kind of interdisciplinary kind of things we are thinking today. This interdisciplinary, how you are going to put it, your chemistry as an interdisciplinary. We know that the chemistry and biology is very deeply interconnected. How many of you are diverted your area of study and research towards the biology? I will come back later on now. The chemistry is so important to connect a biology for the humankind and the human welfare. That we coined the word as bioprospecting now. My dear students, we started education system from Nalanda Taxila University. Nalanda Taxila was taught very interdisciplinary subject and multidisciplinary subjects. Multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary is not new. It's not a new terminology. Altogether, during the time of Nalanda Taxila, they have given the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary knowledge. And that multidisciplinary, today we are talking about the skill-oriented program, skill education. Subject skill. Probably you are all in the alma puppets of teaching. Now the teaching, who are teaching in Karnataka, you are all from outside. And Karnataka, we made some little bit change in the educational policy. That I don't want to take, whether it is a state education policy or the national education policy. But education policies are very frequently changing. It will lead to some confusions. We should not make the frequent change of policies. That we have changed because of it is need of the hour to make an interdisciplinary skilled education. In the subject, we have given the core subject and we have given the elective paper, we have given skilled paper, we have given compulsory papers. Why this kind of interdisciplinary education we are going to give? A skilled education in the subject itself, what kind of skill you are developed. Elective paper means we are transferring a subject from the core subject to the elective paper, which is a transbordering of a subject. So that kind of a interdisciplinary knowledge very important today for each and every subject, either it is a biology or chemistry or mathematics or physics, whatever it. How you are going to cross the border to integrate and inculcate the curriculum content as a skilled based education. That is need of the hour today. That you have to think collectively and put your ideas and put your a mind on that application of a skilled oriented education in the core subject. Of course, we started technology. I think Karan Kumar is sitting here. I don't want to speak on the technology much. Technology is very important. That's what Jawaharlal Nehru said in the beginning itself. We need the technology oriented science. Only the science and technology and education can elevate the poverty of this country. This statement has made by the Jawaharlal Nehru, first Prime Minister of this country. Science and education, science and technology and education. We know how the IITs, 4 IITs was started in the beginning in this country. Today we are running 23 IITs in this country. IITs are top. We considered an education system, they're very systematic. Every running, so 1,168 universities we are running in the country today. 45,000 colleges, 11,000 standalone institutions. Very big sector of education in this country. Stanford in 2006 told that by 2015, India must have 1,500 universities. We are not reached 1,500 universities. But we have to think that now today is the need of the hour. We are thinking that government is also thinking to increase the gross enrollment ratio up to 50% from 28.7% today, national gross enrollment. So we are going to target gross enrollment by 2050, 50%. That is another 50% of GR we have to target. We are targeted for that kind of a student enrollment. And what is our publication status today? You know that. What is our publication status? Publication status are, now we are seeing that based on the impact factor and your citation. What is the national status citation of India today? Though we are published the equal number of papers from compared to United Kingdom and the India 1.3 million papers and the 1.4 million papers of United Kingdom, followed by 4-something million papers of United States, 4.6 million papers of China. And our H index, we are not crossed the 15.5 H index. We have not crossed it, but though we are equivalent to the UK papers, their H index is 39.09. Of course, United States, they have more than 45. China, they have more than 43. So quality of papers, Now interdisciplinary papers, what we are thinking on the research area, that we are concentrating on the science and keeping the biology. Biology is going to help for the human welfare. Chemistry has to help for the human welfare in the means of a biology. How you are going to integrate that the chemical principles of biological system is primarily explored through the biochemistry and chemical biology. We are all talking, see, this country has succeeded. You know that. You are the teachers and now I am expecting the students also, but they are telling that there is an examination for students. But you teachers, you try to see that what are the success stories in science in India so far after the independence. You take a piece of paper, you are in a position to write what are the success stories in India as far as science and technology is concerned. We are succeeded in satellite, we are succeeded in vaccine, we are succeeded in nuclear mission, we are succeeded in green revolution to gene revolution. You know that the green revolution history in 1960, there was a lot of, after the independence, we have taken the independence from British in 1947. Hardly we don't have anything in our hand by that time. We have nothing. We have no communication. Food security was not there. Poverty was there. Poverty, communication, and the food security. All these three were the hit to the country in 1947. We have taken the independence from British. To sustain the food, we have taken 13 years up to 1960 for Green Revolution to M.S. Swaminathan contribution. Green Revolution. If Green Revolution not took place, what was the fate of the food security of us? So, by that time, when Swaminathan has taken very serious step, he was appointed as a police officer. He refused the police officer post as an IPS, and he came back and he is a genetic engineering man. He has taken as a challenge to secure the food of this country, and he has taken challenge and he has sustained the food in this country through the Green Revolution. That is a result of Green Revolution. 50 million metric ton we are produced in 1960. Today we are producing 350 million metric ton. And need of the hour for 2035 is 400 million metric ton. Another 50 million metric ton we are going to produce another 10 years. Agriculture is sustained. What is not sustained now? Technology. Human welfare. Our challenges in the human technology, but what is the technologies we are expecting? That is chemical biology is one of the subject. Chemical biology is one of the medicine in pharmaceuticals. For example, medicine and pharmaceutical research. Chemistry is the backbone of modern medicine, from drug discovery to the understanding of diseases. A drug design, medicinal chemistry applies organic chemistry to design molecule that interact precisely with biological targets such as enzymes or receptors to treat diseases. I don't know whether you are targeting this kind of research. If you are targeting this kind of research, I am happy. I am converting a chemist towards a biologist. Whether I am not in a position to do it or not, but I will put my small effort in another 5-10 minutes how I am going to convert the chemist into a chemical biologist. Antibiotic and vaccines. You know that vaccine story. 21, 22, 22, 23, we are left out. All our elders, because of a small virus, tinny, it was made a biowar. And we lost our elders, we lost our friends, we lost our parents, everybody. Navella Udiro, we are left out again. So we have developed our vaccine. So that antibiotic vaccine, chemistry facilitated the development of antibiotic and disrupt bacterial cell wall and vaccines that stimulate protective immunity. That is a biology involved in a drug development. Target therapies. This chemical biology uses specific chemical probes and click chemistry to label and track proteins or DNA, allowing for the creation of therapies that act precisely at the source of disease with fewer side effects. And then stem cell therapy. Chemical modulators can be used to control the specialization of stem cells, potentially leading to treatments for damaged tissues or growing organs. This is the important applications of chemistry in the biology as far as pharmaceuticals are concerned and the medicine is concerned. Then the understanding of cellular and molecular process. See, the biological functions are essentially complex series of chemical reactions. Biological functions are essentially complex series of chemical reactions. That is, one is the metabolism. How metabolism? Metabolism, this field of study, the chemical reactions that maintain life divided into anabolism, building a molecules, and catabolism, breaking them down for energy. This metabolism is the chemical process. Then genetics and proteomics. I told how genetics are involved in chemical biology. Chemistry techniques were fundamental to mapping the human genome. How the human genomes are mapped, how the plant genomes are mapped. This human genome is the chemical technique and are now used for proteomics, the large-scale study of the all protein produced by genes. Then the enzyme action. Chemists analyze the chemical structure of an enzyme to understand how they catalyze reactions, which is vital for designing inhibitors used as a drug. So then agriculture especially. How agriculture is, now whole agriculture is depending on, see we are all doing a medicinal research, a plant scientist doing a medicinal research from last many years. And many medicinal plants are endangered. And the taxonomist and a biologist or a botanist looking a plant in a different angle. Botanist is looking a plant in the angle of a beauty of the plant with the flowers, leaf and stem structure, and when you are seeing a plant, you will very amazing to see the Dillonix plant. Amazing to see red flowers full. And if the flowers falls on the land, it's a red carpet. And we are happy to see, all biologists, all scientists, we are happy to see. But the beauty of that plant is to identify as a compound which is present in that one, we are looking for a chemist. A biologist can go up to the secondary metabolites detection, but a biologist cannot synthesize any molecule. Biologist cannot synthesize, he is not an expert in synthesizing a molecule. In agriculture, chemistry improved food security. How food security is improved, how chemistry is helped in food security. Food security is not the role of only agriculture scientist. Food security is not the role of only a biologist. How chemists are involved in food security helps understanding a nutritional needs. So here, probably Kiran Kumar knows that our GM crops are struggling from last 20-30 years even in the field trial. Because cotton was approved. Cotton was not a food crop. BT, cotton was approved. Still our all now crops are in a pipeline in a regulatory body. We don't have a regulatory system, proper regulatory system. The statement has been made by the regulatory body. India, we don't have a biosafety competent laboratories. That's what we have not measured any biosafety. What is that biosafety? Then if biosafety laboratories are not there in India, how your agrochemicals are testing? A big question mark. How agrochemicals are testing in this country if GM crops are not having a laboratory to test a GM crop, a disease resistant, all other countries, my dear colleagues, this GM crop is a big controversial science which has come on the earth from last 20-30 years, and still we are struggling to release a number of crops as a GM crops, the disease pest and resistant crops. America is growing a 75 million hectares of GM crops, and India is 1.6 million hectares and 53 million hectares of Brazil. All other countries are around of 1.2 million, 1.3 million hectares. That means we are not understanding the technology properly. These fertilizers and pesticides. That means chemical research produces pesticides and fertilizers that enhance the crop yield and protect plants from diseases. See that many of you are not understand the technology of a BT. BT is a big controversial. How that mechanism, what kind of toxin this Bacillus thuringiensis is producing, that you have to see that toxin is going to affect the pest, not the crop. That is the chemistry involved there. That chemistry has been studied properly. What kind of toxin is produced? Toxin is a chemical or a biological? Toxin is a chemical. So that's how diseases are going to be inhibiting with the chemical substances. Then nutritional analysis, chemistry is used to determine the amount of proteins, carbohydrates and fats put to develop their healthier, more nutritious products. So this GM crops definitely will increase the nutritional value. We want a nutritional food. How chemistry is going to help for the food productivity and the food security to increase the nutritional value of the food. Then food preservation, how foods are going to preserve. This preservation, chemical preservatives and techniques like refrigeration, which shows chemical reaction, extend the shelf life of a food by preventing bacterial growth. All these infections, we are looking A bacterial infection is there. Keep a tomato for a long time in your kitchen, bacteria will attack, but chemical reaction is there. That's what the applications of biology and the chemistry is going together. Then the biotechnology and diagnostic. Chemical tools are essential for identifying a disease. The diagnostic kits, diagnostic tests we are doing for your all sugar, pH and everything you are testing for the with chemical tests, biosensors, and then the area of the environmental biology, ecology, chemical biology, environmental protection, artificial photosynthesis. All these things are, my dear colleagues, is go on telling the number of stories with the relation with the biology and chemistry. So that's what chemistry has to go. Nobody is understanding the chemistry in biology. Because I am being a biologist, what is the agricultural importance of chemistry? How you are going to produce a healthy food? How you are going to make the food security with the good nutritional value? And we are increasing the golden rice. What is the composition of a golden rice? Again is the vitamins. A normal vitamin is not available in normal rice. That's what we are going for, the vitamin deficiency in the golden rice. And all that we are concentrating on the chemistry. Today's chemistry is taking a major role in biology. And keep both the subjects go together. But don't think that degree we are going to give a chemical biology. Nothing wrong in that one. If Board of Studies thinking on that giving a degree in chemical biology is very fine. And universities are autonomous to make that kind of, that's what we are thinking that, sir. For your information, many of the universities are now, the admissions are dropping for the conventional subjects, even science. Of course, social science and the chemical science and the biological science, physical science. Why this diversification? What is the need of the hour today for students to offer the subjects? If chemistry is not possible, then we have to find out what is the advancement students are looking for. Interdisciplinary knowledge, your competitive examination, best example. You know that competitive examination percentage, what is the passing percentage? Very less. So this is very less. 25 lakh, 30 lakh students will take competitive exams, sir. They are not able to pass even 1%, 2%. Result is 0.2%. Even UPSC examination, not more than 0.5%. 11 lakh students have taken UPSC exam. Passing percentage is 0.5%. That shows students are not competent to interpret competitive examination with the interdisciplinary mind. We need interdisciplinary mind to pass the competitive examination. That is the kind of education we have to inculcate in university system to give the students to need of the required knowledge, required education, what we require today. What they are acquiring a knowledge in the university, whether it is sufficient for their required knowledge or not, that we have to understand who are in the helm of affairs in education. Whether acquired knowledge is sufficient for them to today the required knowledge for the society or for the education, that we have to look in it twice. We have to think, all Board of Studies, all universities, why the conventional subjects are dropping their admissions. Students are going for the professional courses. Everybody is opting artificial intelligence. Everybody is run to artificial intelligence. Now we have to see the application of artificial intelligence in chemistry. What is the kind of applications we are going to adopt in a new technology, new science, new orientation for the students is important for today education system. That's what this kind of conferences has to deliberate. Other than your conventional, traditional subjects, what you are going to present, you have to address today what we need now. What we students are opting, why students are moving from country to abroad to go for higher studies, what they are expecting, that kind of education we have to provide in this country. We have to keep the 60 years history of this, a country, what kind of education we have given over a period of time. How subjects are came, our all modified revised system, whatever the regulatory system we have brought in the education, that we are going to change along with a new kind of education system. That the Higher Education Council also thinking that, and we are introduced such kind of interim order we have given for the undergraduate. Postgraduate, so far the report has been submitted to the government by Professor Thorat, and the government is screening now. Implementing committee has been constituted, and we are going to start from the school education to higher education, what changes we can make, and what is the kind of education we are going to adopt in the country. That is the big challenge for us now, and students want the change in education system. change in some kind of interdisciplinary knowledge, interdisciplinary informative knowledge subject. How to change the, suppose for example, we are given the 2 elective papers. 2 elective papers, elective means you have to understand what is the elective paper. Elective paper is not going a chemistry, is an applied chemistry, is not an elective paper. A botany, applied botany is not an elective paper. Elective paper means student has to cross the border of his own subject to the, offer to the economics, offer to the, so for example, a biotechnology student or a chemistry student has to go for a biology. Or a biology student has to come for a chemistry. Or a biotechnology student has to go for a MBA program. How business biotechnology is going to take place. So like that, some kind of avenues we have to find in a students, dispersing the students for different kind of knowledge. That's very important. Now the chemistry, my dear colleagues, I don't want to take much of your time. You are going to deliberate another 2 days. And very important areas you have to concentrate on the advancement of a science. Science cannot be managed. Science can be a very practical oriented discipline. Science cannot be managed, and don't try to manage the science. Science cannot be managed. If you are going to manage the science, you are going to fail. That's what our publication number is, 1.3 million papers we are published. But our quality of papers are less compared to the United States. I told you repeatedly. You have to uplift the quality. 75% is the quantitative paper and 15% is quality papers. That is all published now. And that you have to replace now. You have to go for a quality papers. And you have to go for the some kind of interdisciplinary papers. And you have to have some kind of a group discussion on the interdisciplinary. That's what I told Professor Jaikar is sitting here. I given an idea to the minister that, sir, sharing of expertise from one department to another department. Over is interdisciplinary. Whether it is a sharing of expertise at the infrastructure from one university to another university. We are running abroad to make a collaboration with foreign universities. Even we don't have 1,168 universities, we have 358 public universities. Which universities are top now? Either it is in the Banaras Hindu University or JNU or Mysore University or Bangalore University. We have to share our own resources first. We have to share the expertise. Whether Bangalore University is having a good expertise, why don't we make use of them for the Mysore University? Why don't you make use? The Mysore University established 100 crore project of institution of excellence, what you are going to establish. It was established 10 years back in 2009. We have kept all kind of equipments there. Your NMR, your X-ray crystallography, your DNA sequencer, all advanced equipments. Why don't we share that one? Why don't we use other university students? And I am asking the universities to, shortly I am going to make a brainstorming session on the university professors and the vice chancellors to share the expertise from one university to another university. Along with the teachers. Along with the students can exchange. Students can go and use their facilities. So this kind of a joint ventures we need for this country to uplift the science in this country. And what are the areas are the challenging part today? You take a pharmaceutical, you take a medicine, you take an agriculture, you take a technology. And that how recently the doctor is sitting here. Dr. Rajiv Gandhi University Vice Chancellor came to our ministry and he was asking that conventional universities are giving the medicinal research they are doing, the medical research they are doing. Medical research they are doing, that's what they are not supposed to do that. I said, you cannot prevent a science and technology. Everybody can do. Nobody can stop me to do in a conventional university on the diabetic studies, on cancer studies. If I want to study cancer, I am not giving a medical degree. Your degree you can give, but we are giving a master degree with a science of human related science. Why don't we? Many people are doing a cancer research. Many people are doing a diabetes. Many people are doing many kind of research related to human science. Science and technology is a part of every universities and every individual can conduct who are the scientists in the area of a particular discipline. So that you have to take it that interdisciplinary is very important to acquire and very important to diversify yourself for some of the areas which you can concentrate. It is going to help for the human welfare. That is very ultimate target of our technology, ultimate target of our science is we are targeting on the human welfare. That is very important. Human welfare is everybody is doing for that only. We are not putting our hand in aeronautics. We are not putting our hand in other technology-oriented science. Many other countries are progressed very well in other areas. And we are concentrating because our sustainability is on food first. Priority second is the education. Food and education and health. These three sectors we have to concentrate for the progress of this nation. Health, food, education. These three we have to concentrate very seriously and deliberate through day seminar here. I thank once again for the chairman and the Putswami, especially he came to my chamber. I told I am not a chemist, but why you are inviting, you invite a chemist and he can deliver best. I said as the biologist is very important today in the chemistry. You take a biology with you, and biologist also must take chemist with him. Whenever you working on the important bioactive molecule or the bioactive compound or bioprospecting, the man will ask, who is your chemist? Who is your chemist who has worked with you per paper? Not only for the sake of a publication paper, putting a chemist name in between somewhere. And you take chemist, biologist had to take chemist. Everywhere I am telling that all the biologists have to take a one chemist with him to work for these areas which is concentrating on the bioprospecting especially. Bioprospecting is very important. Without chemist we cannot do any bioprospecting. So I thank Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Chairman of the Department for giving an opportunity and sharing some of my thoughts as a biologist with the chemist. I am happy today at least I disseminated some of the information. What is the role of chemist in biology? What is the role of a chemist in a biology? So that is very important today. We will go together and work together and find out some of the very important drug discoveries depending on biology. Without plant, you don't take any drug out. We need a plant. Many people are working without knowing the plant, without seeing the plant. And we have taken the compound and patented it, and royalties also come. They have not seen the plant even. But we have to see, that's what, seeing a plant, Vinca rosea for example. Vinca rosea, everybody is using for performing puja in the morning. A botanist is seeing that very best plant to analyze the taxonomical characters. When a chemist taking Vinca rosea is a different. You have to identify what is the important bioactive compound is there, that is the bioprospecting. That you take it in one way. Looking angle is different. You have to see in the scientific angle what is the purpose of handling the biological organisms. Biological organism is different. A mushroom, for example. A mushroom is liked by many people for eating purpose. But mushroom cultivation is the some other purpose. And how to mass produce is the some other purpose. Like that small Bangladesh is succeeded in mushroom cultivation. So far India has not taken up very serious steps in mushroom cultivation. Whole economy growth has been taken place in Bangladesh because of only mushroom cultivation. They have succeeded in mushroom cultivation. My dear students, all we are talking on Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat must be followed by the first point is the economic growth. We need economic growth. That was the whole struggle is going in yesterday, day before yesterday, Parliament and Assembly, all the economy. Discussions on only economy, nothing else. When economic growth comes and we are sustained. Then the economic growth comes, definitely Viksit Bharat will look for the social progress. Social progress will come. Natural calamities, e-governance, and then technology development. Technology is going to definitely sustain the country. We have to have a more number of technologies, whether it is an engineering, medical, agricultural, whatever it may be, conventional. We need to have a more technologies in this country, and country is going to be progress with the economic growth will take place. Your economic graph will be increased on the economic growth. Economic growth is very important to sustain this country for 2047. That's very important after 100-year independence. Economic sustainability and economic growth and our GDP has to be increased through the technology. I thank once again for the chairman for giving me an opportunity, and I thank the sharing the dais with the very prestigious Padma Shri Dr. A.S. Karan Kumar and the Honorable Vice Chancellor, all my professor colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for that enlightening and visionary inaugural address. And yes, we truly and definitely agree that biology needs chemistry. The innovation and current research focuses on the chemical biology field, and it's drastically increasing day by day. And the term interdisciplinary that you explained very briefly is what the conference is trying to focus on through chemical and applied sciences. Thank you, sir. As Vikram Sarabhai, the father of India's space program, envisioned, the exploration of space will go hand in hand with progress of science on Earth. We are deeply privileged and honored to have with us a scientist who transformed that vision into reality. Padma Shri Dr. A.S. Kiran Kumar, former chairman, Indian Space Research Organization. Sir, it is our honor to invite you to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning to all of you, all the dignitaries on the dais, and all of you who are present here today on this occasion where an interdisciplinary activity is getting discussed. I'll just try to take you to a different domain from what Dr. Niranjan took you to. See, today as we are, when for example Dr. Vikram Sarabhai started his activities way back in 50s, humanity in a way got a new technological capability of going beyond planet Earth. At that time, this technological capability was sought to be used in India to provide a platform for improvement. As you are aware, 1957 is when the first satellite went into orbit. And India was a fledgling democracy 10 years into independence after many hundreds of years of external rule, struggling to provide food, shelter and education to its citizens. At that time, if somebody were to tell, you will use space technology for making a change in the country, probably you know how the administration would have dealt with. But then what Dr. Sarabhai did, and then from that time, India was able to provide communication, broadcasting, weather monitoring, and then resource monitoring. All of this in a step-by-step manner. India built this capability of using space technology for delivering solutions to the problem the country was facing. And as this development continued to happen, today India is looking at how we can make use of space technology for retaining or remaining contemporary and competent in this world. People recognize you for your demonstrated competence. I just want to give you one example of how this happened. Way back in 1975, India conducted the world's largest socio-technological experiment of providing broadcasting service to 2,400 villages by using a concept which today we are all familiar, direct-to-home television, with a small quarter-meter antenna on your rooftop, a set-top box, and a half a rack of front-end electronics was used at that time, borrowing an American satellite, and India demonstrated to the world that rapid communication of broadcasting can happen through satellite technology. And India was the only country which started space technology for non-military purposes, whereas everybody else started with that. Now, 1975, when was this experiment conducted? Fast forward 50 years later, last year, India launched a satellite which was a joint collaboration between India and America, a satellite called NISAR, NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar Mission. It's a $1.5 billion project with India spending only 10% of it, but America ready to accept the competence of India to put this satellite into orbit. And last year when this was done, you can imagine 50 years later, when initially we borrowed a satellite from them, now we launched a satellite which is the world's largest technological capability. And what this satellite does is it observes Earth in all spheres of cryosphere, geosphere, atmosphere, and it observes information like health monitoring of a person. Today, if you look at human beings, what is being done? You measure heart rate, pulse rate, and a host of them 24/7, and you start predicting the issues that could crop up in the humans. Same way, today this technological satellite is capable of observing entire Earth in twice every 12 days, and it's a huge technological breakthrough. But then the point I'm only trying to tell is the technology is enabled you to make changes the way in which you live. Today, as we explore space technology while landing on moon, etc., lot of material science is involved. We also realize the way material changes its characteristics depends entirely on the kind of environment it gets. And in space, the kind of environment you cannot even imagine. For example, there are studies which are going on using shock tubes, how biological specimens get impacted and how structural changes take place in biology, and a whole lot of that. That means human beings are trying to explore this universe. If humans are exploring the universe, you are all explorers in that sense. Have you any time wondered what is it that you have within you as a tech tool for doing this exploration? You realize that every one of us are endowed with 5 sensors for understanding what is happening in this world. Probably each one of you will be easily able to identify what those 5 sensors are. But then, as a robotic system, human being is a highly evolved robotic system. If I were to ask you a question, what are the actuators on the basis of which you are performing your day-to-day external function? I am sure you will find difficulty in identifying all the 5 actuators which we are using. Like I said, we have 5 sensors. Anybody will answer what are those 5 sensors. Maybe I should make an attempt. Anybody want to answer what are the 5 sensors using which we take inputs? Who wants to answer? No, this is a research community, scientific community. So we need to be prepared for exploring and answering. Don't you think it is necessary for at least one of you to tell, okay, these are the 5 sensors? And this is within you. It is not something outside. You are with it. Yeah, please. Go ahead, madam. Don't hesitate. It's very easy. You are using it 24/7. Yeah. Right. So all 5 sensors give you the exposure to what is happening around you. Eyes allows you to see in electromagnetic radiation, which is very limited. And then ears give you sound. Nose gives you smell. Tongue gives you taste. Skin gives you touch. But then, like a robotic system, if I were to ask you, what are the mechanism, actuators which you have, using which you are performing your day-to-day functions, what comes to your mind? How do you do any work at all? Hands? How do you move around? Legs? So at least 2 of them we have identified. 2 actuators using which we perform external function. Anything else that comes to your mind? Using which you perform activities which is around you. Mind is a controller which is doing the job of taking inputs and giving commands to the actuators. Actuator, like hand if you take, it's a thing which is being used for working. Leg being used for moving around. Same way, how about eyes is an input, sensor. Speech, very good. Voice, that means it is only through that voice generation you are able to communicate whatever you want. So similarly, there are 2 more karmendriyas, 5 jnanendriyas, 5 karmendriyas. 3 we identified, 2 more I leave it to you as homework. Now, in any robotic system, actuators, sensors are there. Sensors take the input, actuators perform the function. There is a controller which has to give instructions to the actuator. Like you have a washing machine. You turn on the switch, drum rotates, it draws water, it draws detergent. They are all mechanisms. So same way, in us also we have an asli intelligence which is running us. I'm sure each of you realize you will be able to identify brain and a whole lot of things. But there is an asli intelligence which is taking the sensory input and then generating required commands for operating. Then we have one memory where we keep storing information right from the time we entered this world. When we entered this world as a child also has these sensors, actuators, and asli intelligence. Can we say that asli intelligence is actually mimicking what is happening around and then evolves itself? That's why if I'm in Karnataka, I learn Kannada. If I'm in Gujarat, I'll learn Gujarati. If I were in Germany, I would have learned German. Why? because I hear that sound around and my asli intelligence start making sense of that voice spectrum, and based on how people interpret, react, I start framing my own rules of operation and store the necessary commands required for my voice generation in one memory and keep operating. So like that we can say we evolve. So one memory we keep storing with all that right from childhood till today what we learn. Even as we are discussing, your system, biochemical system, knows how to record information, how to store it, how to retrieve it. All this is happening. Similarly, if you look at whether we enter this world also with some factory setting. You buy a mobile comes with a factory setting. You want to change the way it functions. You will get into it, make some modification in settings. The mobile starts functioning in a more, you can say, capable manner. In the same way, can we also say human beings evolve based on their ability to take sensory inputs and build using their asli intelligence and evolve themselves. But they also entered this world with certain minimum factory settings, which could be what you call as hereditary, etc. If you start analyzing, you will realize how it has come, etc. I don't want to get into all the detail, because today my objective is just to make sure that you look at the world in a very different perspective. So if you see, recently I came across a very interesting book which I would suggest each one of you should read, A Brief History of Intelligence, written by one Max Bennett, who traces how intelligence evolved in life form, starting from the very early billions of years back, how the system started, how chemical systems became biological systems, etc. If you start looking at, you will see a whole lot of change. Today, it in fact covers, for example, many of you are familiar, these vacuum cleaners in the home called Roomba. The mechanism, actually the design principle used in that is what is used in a bilateral, which is only looking at how to look for its food. All that particular life form is looking at where is food, how to approach it. That very simple concept is adopted in this mechanism of the vacuum cleaner, and it's a highly efficient system which has penetrated across the globe. But the point I'm trying to bring to you is, we as humans have tremendous exploratory capability, and what humans did in the early period when their own physical strength was not adequate to deal with bigger animals, they started looking around and then picked up simple tools, made use of those tools to survive. Probably you are very clear that humans, when they were moving around, they fell on soft object, hard object. When they fell on a hard object, probably they got hurt. On a thorn, when they fell, blood comes out. So they realized when their hand strength is not sufficient, they picked up the stone, used that stone to impact on the animal. They picked up sticks, using the sticks they fought with the animal. Then there were more innovative people who converted that stick into bow and arrow. They could feed. Similarly, what you could not do with your hands, over a period of time, you have built machines. Similarly, walking, if you take, you walk few kilometers an hour. How many animals were moving faster than us? So what humans did, they domesticated, started riding them. They saw birds flying. Today you know what has been done. So if you look at like this, everything that a human being has done in this world is, the concept is present in nature. It is those who are capable of making this observation, making an analysis of that observation, and using what is available today, go to the next step. That means it is never too late in this science and technology arena to make a difference to what is happening. You can come up with new ways of doing things. All that is required is you make use of your intrinsic capability. You all have such phenomenal system which has got an asli intelligence. Today, like I said earlier, humans tried to reduce the physical labor by building machines. But having done that, today humans are looking at how can we replicate the asli intelligence present in humans in the machines, and that is a process that is going on. If you realize that the entire process of science and technology is nothing but understanding what needs to be done. Any science, any activity human being does requires special knowledge, and that's acquisition of special knowledge is science. And then he uses tools for dealing with problems, and process of developing those tools are technology. So today, as humans are learning to go beyond what they have got today to interplanetary travel and life beyond planet Earth, the opportunity is enormous. What events like this does to you is not only it opens up your own horizon, because you come across others who look at the same objective in a very different manner. So in all this, if you realize you are the true explorer of this universe, and you are endowed with sensors, actuators, controller, and 2 types of memory using which you are navigating this world. And if you make use of this, you can become an explorer par excellence and beyond anybody else. And just now today we saw Raman being garlanded. If you look at what is the peculiarity, every child when it enters the world keeps asking questions. What is this? What is that? How does it happen? Like that, every one of you have been inquisitive and curious by nature. But then, how many of you persisted with that? Because in your surroundings, when you were very young, when your parents or people like me were not able to answer your question, we would have promoted saying, look at this child, such brilliant question it is asking. We showcase the child to everybody who comes to the house. Very soon, when the child is asking questions which we cannot answer, we don't want to show our ignorance. So we say, keep quiet, bye Michko. You don't know anything. See, such suppression, there are those who retain their inquisitiveness beyond such activities. Raman, for example, was having a question, why is the sky blue? But then he went on asking questions to a lot of people. Nobody gave the answer, but he found the answer because he persisted. Same way Marie Curie. You can get umpteen number of examples. So primarily, all that I want to tell you at the end is only the following. Science and technology is only a tool for humans to explore this universe, and the exploration is a continuing process. And what has been happening from early times is life is evolving. If you read that book, that Brief History of Intelligence, you will realize how science has evolved, life has evolved, and how the neurons and the brain that is there in human being, how it has evolved. And he takes you up to ChatGPT also. So my suggestion is, keep all your sensors in a way you can explore. And if you explore, you will become a pioneer, and then you can showcase to the world, like Dr. Niranjan said, what is the problem in India? India had shown to this world for centuries, for millennia, not because of only external growth, because India showed that the explorer needs to be explored internally if you have to be a successful explorer. The day you start spending time on what you have with you 24/7, every one of you will become such phenomenal explorers of this universe. You will be able to do a job far better than what you are doing. And life shows us that everything is linked. Nothing is not linked. Today, for example, if you look at all life forms, they are able to reproduce themselves by picking up the 5 basic materials in this universe, what you call Panchabhutas. But what are technologists trying to do? Technologists are trying to build machines which can reproduce themselves by picking up material from surrounding it. This is the challenge of the technologists. They are nowhere near success. They are very primitive. One of the most primitive such example is a 3D printer. You know what a 3D printer is doing? It is taking raw material in the form of powders. It is taking the information about the object in digital form stored somewhere. And a printer is a machine which takes this raw material, converts it into a finished product. But today what it is doing is only non-life to non-life, and to some extent life to life. But then the ultimate challenge for humans is creating life from non-life. That is where all disciplines are working in their own way. Each one is penetrating, but it is only those who are able to see in its entirety, they can link them together. That's where interdisciplinary things come into picture. And that is why what India has shown to the world is that if you explore your internal things, not only will you be at peace, but you will also appreciate life. Human life requires all other forms of life to be respected. They are essential. COVID showed us a microorganism created havoc. But then science and technology in this country had enough capability to solve that problem. And then this land has also shown to the world that you need to respect nature. Only when you respect nature and create your developments remaining within the confines of natural limits, you will be able to survive or sustain. Otherwise, you will get into destruction. If that should not happen, each one of you, not only should you explore the external world, but you should also explore your internal self. And if you do that, I'm sure it is not far away when by 2047, what India is anticipating, that we will again regain the position, not for dominating others, but for showcasing to the others that life can be sustained on planet Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that truly inspiring and thought-provoking keynote address. Every small example that you mentioned about India's space research has made us feel proud that India is excelling in space technology and application. Thank you, sir. We'd like to inform you that Professor S.C. Sharma, who was supposed to address as a keynote speaker, could not join us today due to medical emergency. But we are still very thankful to Professor S.C. Sharma for accepting to be a part of this conference. We also extend our best wishes for his good health and recovery. It is indeed a privilege to have Srimati Shantala K.T. KAS, Registrar of Bangalore University, grace this inaugural session. Ma'am, I kindly invite you to address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. I am very happy to be a part of this inaugural function of International Conference on Current Innovations in Chemical and Applied Sciences. So it's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a bigger pleasure to share the dais with Kiran Kumar sir, Padma Shri, Dr. A.S. Kiran Kumar, former chairman ISRO, and Professor S.R. Niranjana, who is a great presence in the HEC for us, and our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Jaikar sir, and our conference coordinator, Professor Shivraj, and his team. Thank you, all of you, for inviting me to this inaugural address. So, chemistry, for me, my earliest memory of chemistry and chemists and Nobel laureates is about Madame Curie. So, as all of you know, the Curies are the family which got the maximum number of Nobel laureates. So, when they were doing the research, when Madame Curie was doing the research, this was a lesson which I read in my 3rd standard most probably. So what I can really remember about is, what stands out is, she used to be doing her research throughout the day, having only 1 cup of tea with a bun. It still stands out in my head. I was thinking, what can a person be doing that is so involved in that food and drink or anything else does not matter. She was doing this research on radium in a small shed. Later on joined by her husband, Pierre Curie, and later on her daughter, Irene, and her son-in-law, they all contributed to the science world with their research in chemistry. So, if you see, chemistry today is not only a basic science. During COVID, you must all have experienced chemistry and biology was the two subjects which found solutions for what was happening in the world. In the biggest epidemic in the memories of all of us. So probably will not be coming across such a great disaster in medical history other than COVID. But all of us, especially Indian scientists, they stood up on that occasion and they researched for this. Though we took 1.5 years to research and come out with the vaccines, but it was done. And India became one of the pioneers to find out the medicine for this. So research is basically in everybody's gene, I feel, but only few of us explore it and most of us ignore it. So the questions what, why, how, where will keep pushing us to the pinnacle. Try to find the minutest of the minute thing about something which we are pursuing and then come up with solutions for the mankind. So you are all, some of you may be already involved in research, and our chemistry department is the most highest performing department, I must say. They have got some very good projects and they are doing some good research on material chemistry, and 4 or 5 departments are involved in doing the best research in our university. So you have all come across from other states, other districts, other universities. Kindly take advantage of all the lectures which is going to happen here. So this will be a kind of brainstorming session for all of you. Exchange your ideas, get the best out of all the keynote speakers and the best speakers who are available here. Attending these lectures and attending these conferences is like doing one whole course in your subjects. I would, as a student, I would always look forward to the talks, because this is where, like Kiran sir said, about how intelligence was developed. So that is a book which I have already marked that I should read. And I was recently reading The Ignited Minds by APJ Abdul Kalam. Kindly, every one of us should keep reading books, I'll tell you. I was thinking, why didn't I get all this treasure of knowledge when I was doing my competitive exams? Because Ignited Minds, 4 or 5 chapters will introduce you to various concepts, various fields of studies in one small book. I didn't have to refer so many books to know about the best scientists, the best discoveries which has happened. And one chapter in that stands out where it deals from Homi J. Baba till now what we had, the satellite launch vehicles. Firstly, when we began with the research, we were doing it through other stations, launch stations. But after Tumba came into existence, we are launching our satellites from here. And now there was a time when we were launching our satellite vehicles from other countries. But today, ISRO is launching other satellites by itself, and it has become a commerce. So now we are doing business through that. So it is a long journey. There were times when ASLV, GSLV, PSLV, all our satellite launch vehicles have a great history and a great journey, which you should all read and find out. The journey was not easy. Sometimes the scientists could not get the materials here in India. They had to source it from abroad. But later on, the team realized that we could source it from here. We could use alternate materials for it and still come up with the best product to launch. And today, you all know we are doing the best in satellite launching. So ISRO is one organization which stands out in the world, and they deserve that respect which they have got, because it was not an easy journey for them. So today you are all sitting here with bright-eyed concentration, trying to get the maximum out of all these intellectuals. So all the best to all of you for this 2-day conference. So get the best out of it and enjoy the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your encouraging and insightful address. And Marie Curie has always been a role model for many of the chemists. And as ma'am said, everyone should cultivate the culture of reading books, because there is a say that books are one's best friend. Thank you once again, ma'am, for your words. We are honored to have Professor Jaikara SM, Vice Chancellor, as the President of the inaugural session of CICAS 2026, despite his busy schedule. Sir, it's my privilege to welcome you to deliver the presidential address.
Very good morning to all of you. The Bangalore University Department of Chemistry, in association with PM Usha, Royal Society of Chemistry, and ACS Chemistry for Life. It's a one-day international conference, Current Innovations in Chemical and Applied Science. And this conference is inaugurated by Padma Shri Dr. A.S. Kiran Kumar, former chairman of ISRO. So Sir is our proud alumni of Bangalore University, and being a Kannadiga, occupying such a big post, and he was the secretary of space, and he was directly working under Prime Minister of this country, and it's a great achievement for entire state of Karnataka, even Bangalore University, sir. Whenever we meet, especially physics department, whenever we meet with our faculty member, they always express your name. It's nice to hear your address and nice to share the dais with you, sir. And Professor S.R. Niranjan, sir, Vice Chairman, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, and former Vice Chancellor of Gulbarga University, and is being a distinguished scientist. And Sir has been helping the Bangalore University, and during our NAC period also, and he had conducted AAA committee. Almost he stayed more than a week in our university, and he reviewed all the related matters related to NAC, and he interviewed with faculty, and he encouraged all of us, the faculty members, teaching, non-teaching, administrative staff, and whatever we have achieved, and Sir's contribution also is there, and we should thank you very much, Sir S.R. Niranjan, sir, and Srimati Shantala Madam, our registrar, and Professor Shivraj, chairperson, and all the faculty members of chemistry department, and Gomati Devi Madam. She's a former Vice Chancellor, founder Vice Chancellor of Maharani Cluster University, our own alumni, our own faculty, and we have utilizing her publication for all our accreditation purposes, ma'am. and all the faculty members and retired professors from Department of Chemistry, our nodal officer, Professor Sudesh, and he has been working very hard to implement the PM Usha project, and the Professor Srinivas, all the eminent resource persons, they have come from all over the country for this conference, and my dear students, all the delegates and research scholars. And after hearing Kiran Kumar sir's speech and Niranjan sir's, our registrar and chairperson, nothing to left, they have covered everything. And is the chemistry department is one of the oldest department in the Bangalore University, is established in 1908, and it is contributed a lot for the development of this country. And I wanted to mention 2-3 points. The other day I read one article. It has come in newspaper, and we all heard Oxford University, Cambridge University. Oxford University established in 1000 years back. Cambridge University is 900 years back. And they have mentioned about Cambridge University, the one university in the United Kingdom, it contributes 1.5% of their national GDP, being a one university. And here in Karnataka or all over India, the government has to support all the universities. And even Bangalore University also, we have almost, it's more than 60 years, and Mysore University, all those universities are oldest university. Still we expect support from state government and central government. And we should, our aim should be like stand for, because maybe another few years, another 100 years, we should reach that goal. Then only we can achieve that Vikasit Bharat. And especially both the state and central government focuses more on education. And we always remember Gandhiji's education without character is a sin. Science without humanity is a sin. So everyone is focusing for the development of national economy and the people of this country, society, and the environment also, sustainability also we have to take care. And sir, even Niranjan sir also gave so many statistics. Because why the Cambridge is like that? I will tell you, they have produced so many startups and so many intellectual property. Every year they are getting money. And being a Bangalore University, and we should like a interdisciplinary, we should start an incubation center, and we should mentor, because we have a very good research scholars and postgraduate students. They're all very, the intellectuals, we have to guide them. We have to take them in a right direction. Because even in India also, and the present statistics says more than 2 lakh startups have been started in India. And out of that, nearly 150 are unicorn. That has created a big impact for Indian economy, created a job also. And being the Bangalore University, faculty of Bangalore University student, we should work in that direction. And a lot of transformations are happening everywhere. And you just take the history of China, 30, 40 years, and they were all almost behind us, no sir, Kiran sir. And now, where are they? In science and technology, infrastructure development. You take anything, they are far. And because we all talk about many things, and we should invest in education and health and even in research also. Whatever our GDP, at least 3 to 4%, and we should, they have to invest in research, then only we will see the progress. And we're all proud of ISRO, because the entire world is looking at us. And yesterday, the Malaysian university people have visited our Bangalore University. when they're talking, they were expressing, sir, the majority of their teaching faculties are from India. The entire world is controlled by Indians. And NASA, 35% of the scientists are Indians. And in US, 70% of doctors, they're all from Indian origin. And if everybody comes back to India, they have to close their hospitals and research centers. That is the situation. Why can't we do it in India? And the important, the current innovations in chemical and applied science, even chemical industry also, they are doing very well in India. Especially pharmaceutical industry is connected to chemistry, and almost they contribute 1.72% to our Indian GDP. And during our COVID period also, and most of the countries, they suffered with basic medicine, the paracetamol, all those things, the important vitamins, those injection, and the country like India and our pharmaceutical industries, they produce the medicine and supply to more than 200 countries. And we are among the developed countries. India is India also we have produced vaccination. Covaxin, Covishield, all over the Indian pharmaceutical industry, they have produced it. And so much advancements are happening in science, especially in the field of the chemistry, because being a medical profession, and we are the applied branch, like medical science or engineering or agriculture science, is all because we are utilize most of your research outcomes, especially the metals like cardiac stents, madam. Cardiac stents is a alloy, is a chemicals, is a chromium, cobalt, nickel, titanium, and they presently they incorporate with medicine so that it will the blood flow will improve. And even recent advancement like titanium, we use the dental implant because the beauty of the titanium, it will have a chemical and mechanical bond with bone structure. Chemically it bonds. Such an innovative things. And even Madam told about Madam Curie, and this X-ray, what MRI, CT scan, and robotics, all is all produced by the scientists. And because whatever we do, science we do, is the betterment of the humanity. And same time, it should contribute to the economy also. And Niranjan sir is there, and we have got a ANRF, Anusandhan National Research Foundation, through Indian Institute of Science. Our Bangalore University, we got a nearly 10 crore funding for advanced materials, sir. And PM professorship also, and we have received, sir. And Professor Mewa Singh is a well-known scientist in Mysore University, and in the entire Karnataka, the sir is the only, the board has selected only one person, and he opted for Bangalore University. And even under PM Usha also, we are going to have a separate research block and centralized research block. And we are procuring almost more than 20 crores equipment. We already have equipment in all of our department, and more than that, more than 20 crores research equipments are procuring. And this even academic block also we are going to construct, and a lot of new things are happening probably. And in another 2-3 years, there'll be a total phase shift of Bangalore University. And because almost half of the day is over, I don't want to take much of your time. And because today is the international conference, and all the seniors, all eminent speakers are here. They're going to share their experience, and it is an important event. I thank chairperson and all the faculty members for organizing this function in the Department of Chemistry, and calling all the eminent people. So they're all role model for all of us. And I wish them all the best, and all the research scholars and all the eminent peoples who have come here, and all the delegates, and you utilize this conference and enrich your knowledge. Thank you, Anada.
Thank you, sir. You rightly quoted that science without humanity is a sin. It's our responsibility as a researchers to think in the direction and move in the direction of sustainability. Thank you, sir. Your presence added a great strength to the international conference CICAS 2026. We now move on to the felicitation ceremony. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jaikara SM, to felicitate our Chief Guest, Professor S.R. Niranjana. I request Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Ma'am and Kiran Kumar Sir to felicitate Professor S.R. Niranjana. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Conference Coordinator Shivraj sir and faculty members, Department of Chemistry, to felicitate our Vice Chancellor and Registrar ma'am. Thank you, dignitaries. Gratitude is the memory of the heart. I now invite our esteemed faculty, Dr. Ganga Periyaswamy, Conference Convener, CICAS 2026, to propose the vote of thanks. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed delegates, faculty members, researchers, students, and dear participants. On behalf of Organizing Committee of CACAS 2026, it is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural sessions. First and foremost, we express our deepest sense of gratitude to Padma Shri Dr. A.S. Kiran Kumar for graciously accepting our invitations and for delivering an inspiring and visionary address. His words have truly set the intellectual tone for the conference and will continue to motivate all the participants. Thank you, sir. We extend our sincere thanks to Professor S.R. Niranjana, sir, Vice Chairman, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, for his constant encouragement, insightful guidance, and unwavering supports towards academic excellence and research-driven initiative in the state and national level. Thank you very much, sir. We sincerely thank Dr. Sharma, sir, for his valuable guidance and support. Due to unavoidable circumstances, he could not be with us today, but we thank him sincerely. We gratefully acknowledge the support and encouragement extended by Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and the University Administration of Bangalore University, whose cooperation has been instrumental in organizing these international conferences. Thank you, sir, and thank you, madam. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to the funding supporting agency, particularly PM Usha. Special thanks to Sudesh sir, and Royal Society of Chemistry, American Chemical Society, and other sponsoring organizations and vendors for the generous financial and academic support, without which this conference would not have been possible. So thank you everyone for the funding support. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our senior professors who remain the backbone of our academic journey. Though they have formally retired from service, their guidance, wisdom, and constant encouragements continues to support us at every step. So I sincerely thank, and we consider this as a blessing, so we sincerely thank all our retired professors for joining these programs. We also sincerely thank IQSC Director, Professor Nagaraj sir, and we thank some faculties come from Life Science, Physics Department, and other departments. We sincerely thank you for participating in this inaugural session. Thank you very much. We sincerely thank the Conference Advisory Committee, Organizing Committee, reviewers, session chairs, and keynote speakers for the dedicated efforts and scholarly contribution that shaped the academic framework of CCAS 2026. Thank you, everyone. We also extend our thanks to all the delegates, presenters, and participants from across the country for their enthusiastic participation and valuable research contributions. A special word of appreciation is due to our faculty members, research scholars, student volunteers, and technical and non-teaching staff whose tireless efforts behind the scenes ensured the smooth and successful conduct of these inaugural programs. Once again, we thank everyone for being part of inaugural function of CACAS 2026 and wish all the delegates a productive and engaging and intellectually rewarding conference. Thank you very much. So now we will play national anthem. There will be group photos. Sorry, first we will do the group photos, and you have to sit there only. And delegates will come your side, so photos will be taken from this side. And there is no tea break due to the unavoidable circumstances. Tea will be served in your place. So next technical session will start as per the schedule. Thank you very much. Sir, Ali. National anthem. So we will stand up for national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
After group photo, you hand over the session to. No need to take it. Just
one and all present here, respected dignitaries, speakers, delegates, research scholars, and all the participants. I am Dr. Sanna Kausar. I welcome you all to the technical session. So, let us remember the words of Marie Curie. I am among those who think that science has a great beauty. Today we celebrate the beauty through innovations. Let's begin with the technical session. So, I now take this opportunity to introduce our respected chairperson, Professor S. Srinivas sir. Dr. S. Srinivas sir is a distinguished Dr. S. Srinivas is a distinguished academician and administrator, currently serving as a professor of chemistry and principal, University College of Science, Tumkur University, Tumkuru. And he has firmly as a deputy advisor at NAC, Bangalore, with over 37 years of academic experience and 25 years of research expertise. He has made a sustained contribution to chemical education, research, and higher education quality assurance in India. Dr. Srinivasa sir holds MSc, MPhil, PhD and DSc degrees in organic chemistry with his doctoral and postdoctoral research focusing on design, synthesis and functional evaluation of pharmaceutically important heterocyclic compounds. His research interests span medicinal chemistry, catalytic organic synthesis, nanomaterials, and bioactive molecular design. He has successfully guided 10 PhD scholars, several MPhil and M.Pharma students, and continues to mentor active doctor candidates. A prolific researcher, Dr. Srinivasa sir has authored numerous publications with over 1,000 and 1,900 citation and H-index of 25 and has filed 16 patents reflecting strong translational impact. He has completed 5 funded research projects over worth of 35 lakhs, supported by agencies such as CSIR, UGC and Tumkur University. Including major projects and on magnetically separable nanocatalyst and pharmacologically active heterocycles. In addition to his academic leadership as the Director of Research, Deputy Registrar and Principal, Dr. Srinivasa played a vital role at NAC assessment, accreditation, policy, formulation, assessor training and national level quality initiatives. His contribution to curriculum development, governance and research policy have significantly strengthened institutional frameworks in his higher education. Dr. S. Srinivasa sir's career reflects an exceptional blend of a scholarship, mentorship, research, leadership and academic administrations, making him a respected figure in chemical sciences and higher education governance. Now I invite respected Chairperson Professor S. Srinivas sir to preside over the session.
Sir, namaste. Just, I will make it. Time is, yes, okay. Good afternoon, one and all. I request Professor Kodandaraman to come to the dais. Please. Dear friends, today you are all witnessing the inauguration, please sit down, sir, please, of International Conference on Current Innovations in Chemical Science and Applied Sciences. Before going or introducing the person who is going to speak on the topic, let me share a few points. The United Nations has given 17 sustainable directives or goals. The first one is no poverty, zero hunger, good health. Tirunelveli Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. So Madam is expert in medical diagnosis, many fields. Jayashree Madam is a distinguished biomedical scientist, currently serving as Scientist G at Sri Chitra Tirunelveli Institute of Medical Science and Technology, Trivandrum, Kerala. She is having extensive experience in interdisciplinary research spanning material science, chemistry, biology, and clinical applications. Dr. Jayashree has played a pivotal role in the development and evaluation of advanced biomaterials for cardiovascular, orthopedic, and regenerative medicine applications. Her work has directly contributed to indigenous medical technologies aimed at improving patient care and reducing dependency on imported devices. Today, Madam will be delivering the talk on the role of plasmodic and fluorescent nanomaterials in the management of cancer and Alzheimer's diseases. So detection of cancer and Alzheimer in the early stages is very, very important. If you have any patient at the home, cancer patient and all, the most of them will be telling that it is 4th stage, 3rd stage, that's all. So if the detection at the early stage can save lot of lives. So now I request Madam to please take over the dais and discuss about the findings. Thank you.
Let me see. Yeah, let me see how it goes. So good afternoon all. So it is already going to be 1:30. I don't know how many of you will be interested. I understand all of you are chemistry students and chemistry audience majorly. And the only inspiration that you will have is our morning keynote session speakers' words that you should have interdisciplinary research after one stage of your education. That it's literally it is correct. That proves my career. I'm basically a physicist. By education, after my PhD, I moved to biomedical technology and to this institute. So without much introduction, I'll go to the topic because there is no time. So many of you may not have heard about this institution. I am very sure even if I talk about the institution in my own state, many students say we do not know. So I don't have much about, I haven't included, but this is an institute of national importance formed by by an act of parliament and is directly under the Department of Science and Technology and Government of India. So it is a tertiary care center hospital for cardiac and neuro ailments, and this is the first of its kind under the Department of Science and Technology, where the mandate is not only patient care but also the medical device development. So the younger generation, you would not have heard about Professor M.S. Valiyathan. He was the great cardiac surgeon who passed away 1 year in 2024. He founded the institute with an aim to have the medical device development and medical technology indigenously developed in India. So nowadays, after 40-50 years, now we are celebrating the 50th year of our institute. So after 50 years, anyway, Government of India has taken that step, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and Make in India. So this has to sustain, then only our country will grow. This is not visible. Which button is forward? This is forward. Just not moving. You have moved to number 7. Okay. So the institute is named after this ruler, Sri Chitra Tirunal Maharaja he was the last king of Travancore kingdom. Can you move? Yeah, please, now it is moving. So this is the topic of today. So we will quickly see what is Alzheimer's disease, and we will not be talking about cancer because that is very common, everybody knows. What is Alzheimer's disease and how we can do something as chemists, what you can do for this ailment. So the brain that you are seeing here on the left side is the normal brain, and on the right side is a brain affected by Alzheimer's disease. So is there a pointer here? It is moving. Let me try to move. If not working, I'll tell you. Okay. So this is the normal brain, and this is the Alzheimer's disease affected brain. You can see that these are called ventricles, and these have enlarged, and the brain as a total has shrinked. It is called atrophy, and this happens to all the brain when it age. So the atrophy happens to all the brain, but for Alzheimer's disease, the atrophy is more. And why is it so? Because there are some chemical changes happening along with aging. So this is considered to be an ailment or disease of aged population till recently, but nowadays we meet and sadly we have patients in their early 40s and 50s. That was not the case before. So we had to have only 60 plus age group for Alzheimer's disease. So the lifestyle and the stress all contribute to the early occurrence of this disease. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So in this Alzheimer's disease, it is very dangerous disease. As of today, there is no treatment for Alzheimer's disease. So then you will ask why you want an early disease diagnosis. But early diagnosis, we can, to some extent, you can tackle the progress of the disease, and to some extent the management of the disease, yet we do not have a complete treatment. And these are the statistics, and it is quickly progressing. Can you move? Quickly progressing, and it is considered to be a very, very dangerous disease by 2050. And these are the stages of Alzheimer's disease. You can see the stages: mild, moderate, and severe. At the age of mild stage, nobody will recognize or nobody will realize that somebody has Alzheimer's disease. Every day we forget something. For example, I forget the names of everyone that I meet. I don't know whether I have Alzheimer's disease, but we do not know. Those may be the mild. Yeah, I am not joking. Could be. So then it comes to moderate, so that I even forget my own son's name, then it is not very joking thing. So that happens sometimes, and it happens very often. Then it is moderate, then it is severe, and we do not know whether we had breakfast in the morning, whether you took bath in the morning, whether you had your daily routines. So you forget everything. So that is very severe. So at all these stages, the symptoms are different, and the indications are different, and the biochemical and biological changes are different. So we can tackle some of these parameters and find whether this could be diagnosed at a very early stage, and we can have a screening at least among the elderly population, so that we can manage the patient with better. Next slide, please. So these are the biochemical changes that happens in the brain for the that is considered as the hallmark of AD, that is Alzheimer's disease. The brain of people with the AD have abundance of two abnormal structures, that is amyloid beta plaques and phosphorylated tau proteins, and also neurofibrillary tangles. So this picture is a microscopic picture where you have the phosphorylated tangles of protein and the bundles of A beta peptides, tangles. So it forms tangles from its normal fibrillary structures, and the tau protein becomes phosphorylated. So these are the main changes happening. And because of that, atrophy happens to the brain, and also several brain function is impaired, neuronal function is impaired. That is the reason considered to be the main cause of Alzheimer's disease, but still it is debating. And yeah, there are a lot of things that medicine is yet to venture into. So how we can do something for this disease? So I am working on the field of nanotechnology, nanomaterials. I am working in the biomaterials. So we can devise design and devise sensors or in vitro diagnostics for the development of these biomarkers. So what are the biomarkers? For that, I am not going into those details, but I will tell you only when there is a change happening in the brain due to the fibrillation of amyloid beta plaques and phosphorylation of tau proteins, those biomarkers will be seen in excess in the blood and more in the CSF, cerebrospinal fluid. So drawing this cerebrospinal fluid and making a diagnosis is very difficult, considering the complexity of drawing cerebrospinal fluid and the willingness, whether the patient will be willing. Today morning, if I see that I forgot my car key somewhere, I will not go and ask the doctor to take some CSF from my spinal cord and test whether I have Alzheimer's disease. No one will do that. But if it can be done from a capillary blood, that of course many people will be willing, because we daily do the diabetic test with the prick of a needle. So that is easy. So when it comes to blood, then the difficulty is, so these are the sensor details or the properties. You can have different sensors you can read. I am not going into that. Different readers, different detectors. Next slide, please. So these are the materials that in the title I was talking about, plasmonic and fluorescent materials. The fluorescent material, both are, I am talking here both as gold materials. Gold, of course, you know, it is a noble metal. Gold, when you talk about gold, we talk or we consider it as only as an ornamental material and a noble material. But as a chemist, you may be knowing the properties of the gold. And as a person working in the clinical or biomedical side, I consider gold as an inert and biologically friendly molecule. Any material that you are making or using for a biomedical application as a biomaterial, it should have different properties which are biologically acceptable. Okay, so gold has that property. That is why we chose, and also it has additional properties like plasmonic property, and we can make it into fluorescing material as well. So when it comes to fluorescing material, the gold nanoparticle, anyone working in nanomaterials here? Students? Yeah, only 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there are people. Okay, good. So you all know what is nanomaterials and what is nanotechnology. So here I am talking about nanoparticle. You know the definition. When I talk about gold nanoparticle, what is the property of a particle also you know. But gold nanoparticle, whether it has fluorescence, quickly if you say we can go for lunch fast. Whether gold nanoparticle will emit fluorescence? Why? Why? To absorb? Yeah, okay. I'll show you why it is not fluorescing. So I am making this gold nanoparticle fluorescing by making it, cutting it into further smaller material called clusters. So these clusters are made up of few atoms, only few atoms. You cannot count the number of atoms in a particle, but in a cluster you can count the number of atoms of a gold. So it has intermediate composition between bulk and molecular materials. So its band gap is discrete. That is the main difference between a gold nanoparticle and a gold nanocluster. Its band gap is discrete so that it has transition between the energy states. That is why you get fluorescence. When it becomes, the size becomes closer to the atomic size, that is less than 3 nanometers, it shows the atomic property of an atom. That is why the electronic states are discrete. Okay. So all those things are written here. Next slide, please. So these are the area where we can use these material diagnosis and therapy. Okay, quickly, next slide. Next slide. So here you can see this is cluster, and different cluster, the number of atoms different, and one most important thing, when you think about biology, think of any material that comes to biology, it should have a ligand over it. You cannot use the material without a ligand. First thing, we have to have additional functional moieties to functionalize with the required antigen, antibody, etc. And if it is going inside the body, it has to be capped with biologically compatible molecule or ligands. So any material will have the ligand. So here, these metal atoms have different ligands, different number of atoms, different ligands. And here, of course, you know this is gold nanoparticle, gold nanorod. It shows you absorption, that is called surface plasmon absorption. And if it is a rod, you get a transverse and longitudinal plasmon absorption, and this can be used for additional therapeutic applications like photothermal therapy, etc., because it absorbs in the NIR region, and any light coming in this region will generate heat for these materials so that it can be used for therapeutic application. Whereas this material, you can see here the absorption, it is not showing any absorption in the visible region. So it emits. So the emission is not here. I will show you, it will be there in one of the slides, coming slide. Next slide. So this is what I was talking about, the solid state model of the material. So here the different clusters you can see, as the cluster size increases, you get the electronic state and the band gap reduced, and finally if it is a big particle, it becomes continuous and behaves like a bulk metal. So these are the band details. From SP band to D band, the transition happens. So please, next slide. So these were all introduction. Now we can see what we were planning. So early diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease. Next slide. So this is the requirement. Next slide. Yeah, stop. Yeah. So you can see here, this is the cerebrospinal fluid. This is A beta 42. I told you the amyloid beta peptide and tau protein phosphorylation are the main. So it has different components, A beta 42, A beta 40. There are many others also, but these are considered to be the most important markers. And T tau, that is total tau protein and phosphorylated tau protein. So you can see the concentration of these markers in the cerebrospinal fluid and also in blood. So compared to this, the markers present in the blood is very, very, very less. So you need to design a sensor which is highly sensitive, and it is of the order of picogram per ml. So you have your detection system has to be that sensitive. Otherwise, you cannot pick this biomarker from the blood. Next slide. So what we have done is, we have done so many sensors, but what is pertaining to this topic only I am showing here. So today we all paid respect to Sir C.V. Raman, and that is a very good technique. We never exploited the potential of Raman spectroscopy till 1960, till the discovery of laser. After 1960, we all know what is the potential of Raman spectroscopy. And in the medicine also, nowadays, a lot of portable Raman spectroscopes are emerging so that it can be utilized for diagnosis as well as for forensic application. Already people are using. So what we have done is, we have developed a search-based substrate. This is the substrate. These are all the different stages of functionalization. So basically the chemistry involved is very, very simple. When I am talking, when non-chemist talking to a chemistry community, the chemistry involved is very, very easy. So it is nothing. So only thing what we are looking into is this particle. This we have made it into a star-shaped or spike-shaped nanomaterials. Which, why we are using this spike? You are all thorough with Raman spectroscopy? Higher? Yeah. So you get more hot spots. So SPR plus hot spots, you get here you can see the. So for enhancing the Raman spectroscopy, if you look at this spectrum, the spectrum that you see down, this is without the amplification. So without the surface enhancement, whereas the upper one is the spectrum of the same molecule with a surface enhancement. The bottom one is simply Raman spectrum, and the upper one is the surface enhanced Raman spectrum. So for this, because I told you initially itself, we need to have very high sensitivity to detect all these molecules. To have high sensitivity with this spectrum, you cannot make out. So we designed these materials so that we get big hotspot. Hotspot, it means the analyte has to be in between the tip so that the electromagnetic enhancement will be very high. So that is basics of research. So I'm not going into the detail of that. So we have developed this substrate. Next slide. And we tried selectively detecting this A beta 4 markers. So I have shown here only 2 markers. You can see it here. And how much enhancement you get, 16.5 into 85 into 10 to the power of 6-fold enhancement of the Raman spectrum, you can see. And based on the peaks we have identified and is given here. And these are the peaks assigned from the blood plasma. This is not blood plasma, this is in the optimization condition phase. And we have tested whether this marker, can you go back one slide? I forgot to tell you. This marker involves antibodies corresponding to the particular antigen. Okay, antigen is A beta 42, A beta 40, and T tau and P tau. So corresponding antibody we are using on this. Either you can use antibody or you can use the corresponding peptides to get the selectivity for this antigen, or you can use aptamers. So any of these things you can use. I'm just telling you because you can think in those direction. You can think of diagnosing any disease also. Next slide. So next slide. So these are the spectrum that we get. And we could find from this spectrum that attomolar level, we want only up to picomolar, but we got attomolar level of sensitivity. If you look at the top one, it is attomolar. It is not that good, but up to picomolar we get very easily. And with that, we went to clinical samples here. You can see this is the A beta 42, and this is P tau, and this is the linear plot from this thing. So you get the quantitative analysis of these biomarkers from the Raman spectroscopy. Next slide. And because it is a spectrum, so you cannot give this spectrum to a clinician. They cannot diagnose anything from the spectrum. Okay, this is amide peak, this is phosphate peak. If you say the clinician will just take it and put it in the waste bin. They cannot analyze all these things and they don't have the time to spend on this. So we have to give them a quantitative value, whether this corresponds to a particular class of patients, whether this corresponds to another class of patients. For that, now it is very easy with the machine learning and artificial intelligence, all sort of things are available. You can analyze any spectrum. So we have also done that. You can see the 3 peaks that you see here are, one is the blue, we have tested patients from, these are all from the patient samples. We have considered normal volunteers without any Alzheimer's disease, and we have considered mild cognitive impaired patients and also Alzheimer's patients. And these are different machine learning tools that we have used, MLP, RBF, and SVM. And all the biomarkers you can see, and this is Alzheimer's disease versus control, and mild cognitive versus control, and Alzheimer's disease versus MCA. So we found that discriminating or classifying normal from Alzheimer's disease is very easy. Discriminating mild cognitive impaired patients from normal is very easy, but mild cognitive to Alzheimer's was not that easy. So that needs much more sensitive tool or much more data points. Here we have tried only 30 patients. So we need maybe patients of the order of thousands of that number. Then the discrimination will be much better. That is what we are planning to do now. This is an early stage. Next slide. Dr. Ganga, you can just, or the chairman, please stop me if I am exceeding the time. Okay. So with that, we have developed the technique, and this is published in this. Okay, you can go to the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this is another technique where, next slide, where we have developed a lateral flow assay device. You all may be knowing what is lateral flow assay device. Anybody who do not know lateral flow assay device? All know? Sure? Lateral flow assay device. Yeah, there are people who do not know. Have you tested COVID for recently? Other than using RT-PCR? No. Nowadays, if you have COVID, if you feel that you have COVID, how will you test? Any technique you know? No, RT-PCR only. So there are techniques that you can go to the medical store. The kit, which is COVID kit, is available in all the medical stores. It is 250 rupees. You can get it, take it home, take your swab and put it. You will get the result, whether positive or negative. Okay, that particular strip of thing, it is very popular for pregnancy test. Earlier, it was used mainly for pregnancy test. In 20 minutes, you will get whether you are pregnant, or urine test. It is based on the colorimetry analysis. So such things are, that basic thing is called lateral flow. It is flowing laterally on a nitrocellulose cellulose platform. That is why we call it lateral flow assay device. So we have developed something called a lateral flow assay device for Alzheimer's disease, thinking that it can screen from a large population. This is done based on the request from WHO. They said that in South Africa and all, 60% of people who are living with Alzheimer's disease, they do not know they have disease, and there is no method to screen those patients. Next slide. So these are material. We have used the gold nano rods and quantum dots, I think. I forgot what we have used. We have done several of these work. These are the characterization. You have heard the previous speaker explaining very interestingly the XPS binding energy, all those things. So we are just looking into the conjugation of these two materials, whether that has done properly or not. So in that aspect, I would also like to tell you that we are working in the applied scientific side and the translational. Translation means it is getting to a device stage, whereas we are not looking into the basic science of these things, but we need the basic science support from students and faculty members like you to design such things. So for that, we can collaborate, and also those who are working in the basic science, you can think of applied science and translational science. So all these things are possible. Okay, next slide. So these are the lateral flow assay, the strip inside that, what the beautiful thing that you get. This is how the strip, the signal enhancement. Here it is a, sorry, competitive assay. So the signal is diminishing and we quantified it. Next slide. And we have also tried the Raman spectroscopy. Next slide. And because here we have multiple analytes to be checked, we made it into a two-arm lateral flow assay devices, so that at a time you can test two analytes. So this was also done. Next slide. Again, the Raman spectroscopy. And finally we did, next slide. Stop. Finally, we did the machine learning analysis here as well, and you got the classification like this, precision and how it works, all that. This is recall is 1. This is the best thing for Alzheimer's disease. We got like that. So next slide. So additionally, we have done some more sensors. One was electronic sensors, which will be coming to the market in May, which I have not shown here because my topic was fluorescence and both were not electronic. It was optical, so I didn't include that. So once you diagnose, we thought of whether we can try to treat this Alzheimer's disease. Again, we depended on the molecular level atomic structures. Next slide. For that, we have synthesized several gold nano clusters. I told you any material that we use for biological application will have ligand. So here we have used glutathione. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 clusters. These are 4 different clusters. And the 1, 2, 3, these 3 have emission in the red region. The emission of these clusters we are also using for imaging application. Okay, in the early stage or when you are using this for treatment, this emission can be used for imaging application. If you check it inside the cell or inside the animal, the fluorescence from this material can be used for optical imaging application. For that, we always tune the emission of these materials to come in the NIR region, red region, because the body as such has a lot of autofluorescing molecules which will interfere with the fluorescence of the material. So always we tune the molecule to have emission in the red region. So we had 4 GSH clusters and we had 1 cysteine cluster, we have lipoic acid cluster, and we have also customized peptide clusters. So several clusters we have, next slide, we have prepared. Next slide. This is how many atoms and ligands are there. We can calculate it. You need to look into the mass spectrum and all. I'm not going into that. Next slide. And in one of these slides, we used cysteine as the ligand. Then we found that this cysteine particularly, it binds correctly to the peptide sequence, the central sequence part, KLFF part of this aminoid beta 40 and 42. So in both cases, you can see that the cysteine is directly docking to this and it dislodges the peptide sequence. So why can't we think of this to dislodge or disintegrate the amyloid beta peptides? That was our thought process. We found that it is docking. These are all like proof of that. Next. So we found that these are the amyloid beta peptides, fibrils we have synthesized, and we have treated 20 microgram, 40 microgram and 60 microgram of cysteine clusters, and you can see the green color comes only if it is in the fibril form and it is disintegrating, so that you are not getting any green fluorescence. Next slide. Previous slide. Okay, so the cysteine, once you find that this can be used for treatment, if you are thinking about the Alzheimer's disease, it should go to the brain. So before treating any of these diseases, when you think about treating anything affecting the brain, it should cross the blood-brain barrier. There is a structure called blood-brain barrier which prevents the molecules to enter into the brain. That is why any diseases that you get affected, any brain diseases, we are more worried. For example, meningitis. So we will get, oh, he has meningitis. So we don't take it as simple as a fever, even though it is a fever. Okay, if it affects the brain. Because the treatment is so difficult, the drugs will not reach the brain because of the presence of blood-brain barrier. If there is a tumor inside the brain, the situation is different because the blood-brain barrier will be disturbed and there will be opening. So meningitis and neurodegenerative conditions at the early stage, then such cases the blood-brain barrier will be intact and the molecules or drugs will not enter the brain. So we found, we checked whether this material can cross the blood-brain barrier. And these are artificially made blood-brain barrier in the lab, and this is how we make it. And we found that it is crossing. This color, red color, is coming from the cluster. And finally, we tried it in the animals also. We have conjugated a molecule called levodopa, which has got affinity to brain because of the large amino acid transport pathway. So it is going to the brain. So this is the imaging capability of the cluster. Next slide. Next slide. So we have developed Alzheimer's disease model in the animal. There is protocol for developing Alzheimer's disease model by injecting streptozotocin into the brain. So those things we have done. then we cannot ask the animal whether you had breakfast in the morning, whether you had did you brush your teeth, all those things we cannot ask the animal. There are protocols for testing the memory power of animals. So those tests are called Y-maze assay test. This you can see here, Y-maze spontaneous alteration. So that there are established protocols for that. Since you are not into the field, I am not going to that. So we have tested all those things. There are several. You can see in the next slide. Next slide. Here, you need not look into the video. You can just see here. The first one is control. The second one is the complete Alzheimer's disease model. And there are two groups, treated group. One is completely after developing the complete model, we injected the material. One is while progressing the disease model development, we injected the. So that is the disintegration model and dissolution model. So in both treatment case, it is better than the Alzheimer's disease. Next slide. So these are all other tests, open field test. There are protocols how you evaluate that. I am not going into that. Here also you just see here. Next slide. Yeah. So these are pathological evaluations of the animal brain after we sacrifice the animal. This one is the Alzheimer's disease model, and this is the control. When you look at, don't look at the details, you will not understand. Just compare the control with the treated models. These two are the treated model. It is far better than the disease model. Next slide. Next slide, next picture. Okay, here also this is the disease model. Compare this with the treated model. So these are all comparable to the control. Next one. So I'll quickly show one cancer one. Next slide. Next slide. I'll show only two works. So here we have developed some tripeptide stabilized gold nanoclusters. You can see the peptide here, structure of tripeptide. And these peptides were used as the ligands for synthesizing the gold cluster. So this cluster were used for treating cancer. Next slide. And these are the testing how the cluster is, the emission property of the cluster. These are the TEM, whether it has been formed as cluster as such, because I told you it has to be less than 3 nanometers. And then we found that usually the gold nanoclusters, because I told you it has discrete energy level, it produces in the presence of oxygen, it goes to the triplet stage and emits, while it relaxes, in the presence of oxygen, it converts oxygen into toxic oxygen species like ROS species and singlet oxygen. So when that is happening inside a tumor condition, the tumor can be destroyed. It is called a photodynamic therapy. So we used a laser for that, and we found that in the presence of this material, these red cells where you see it is the dead cells, wherever you see the green, it is live cells. Cell means not the physics or chemistry cell, this is the live cell. Okay. So we found that with these are two types of breast cancer cells, MCF cell and MDMB239 cells. In both cells, it gives you dead cell death in the presence of laser. Next slide. Then we have made oligopeptide, and the previous slide and this slide I would like to thank our organizer Dr. Ganga Periyasamy. All the computational works have been supported by her, and I am thankful to her. So these works were completely done by her, and we have made this oligopeptide for gene knockdown. So gene knockdown is very important in the case of cancer treatment. It's a very tricky thing. It is very difficult to do that also, and we could achieve the gene knockdown. We have used survivin as the gene here, and this is the characterization introducing the gene, how the charge reversal happens. This has been published in small 2026 in January. Next slide. And these are the characterization of the cluster. It is so small, and here you can see the gene knockdown. It enters into the cell, it is not getting digested by the enzymes of the cell, and we have modified it using the charge so that it will not get digested by the cells, and it reaches the nucleus and it knocks out the gene. Here, this is the result. You can see there are two peptides here, and one without the last one is surviving gene. 1, 2, these two are the gene knockdown group, and this is without the gene, and this is the positive control. So, sorry, this is the positive control. Next slide. This is another one for cancer treatment, and this was also published in 2026. I am not going into that. Here we have used gold nano rods and a chiral ligand, hyaluronic acid, and the chirality also we have used for imparting, enhancing the photothermal property of the gold nano rod. Gold nano rod, as I told you earlier, it has an absorption in the longitudinal absorption in the NIR region, and that it will increase or that will produce thermal effect when radiated with appropriate light. So here we have used that particular property to use to generate photothermal effect to treat the cancer treatment. So next slide. These are all characterization. Next slide. Next slide. This is photothermal therapy. The enhancement in the temperature is measured by thermal camera, and also here you can see the temperature rise, and this is the cell death assay. Next slide. And to summarize, these materials that I was talking about, mostly the molecular materials or atomically precise gold nanoclusters. While talking about these atomic precise materials, in spite of the advantages that I was talking, that it gives you fluorescence and it is small in size. When I am talking about biomedical application, I told you it has only few atoms of gold. That is also very important. Any material that you use for biomedical application, the concentration or the dosage, if it is in the minimum level, that is one of the best advantage. So that also you can consider as the advantage. So these materials can be used and tuned, and it is biocompatible. Its photostability is very good. The surface functionality could be done as per your wish, and so many other things. They can be used for diagnosis, they can be used for therapy, for any of these material. They can be used for in vitro diagnosis development. Next slide. I thank all my collaborators, all my funding agencies, all my students, and most importantly, my students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Now, the session is open for clarifications or discussions. 1 or 2 questions, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. It was a nice talk, and since I'm a life science student, biochemistry student, I understood it a little interestingly. So my question is like, why only gold? Did you try any other, like you explained why gold, but did you try with any other material other than gold?
Yeah, we have done several materials, and we have made the sensors. For example, I have shown you few lateral flow assay devices, and there are several other work we have done, and I have published also. All of them are not gold. When we are using colorimetry, we use gold because gold is the good, and silver also can be used, but silver has some disadvantage. The result is not consistent because of the oxidation that happens over the time. But gold do not have that property, and for sensing application, gold is the best one. But for other applications, we have tested many other things. But as I said earlier, gold is, out of these materials, gold is the best biocompatible material. That is why.
Is it tagged with CRISPR? Like you said, siRNA was used. CRISPR is the future now. So have you tried with CRISPR, because it gives a better result?
I haven't tried that CRISPR. I know it is better, but I am being a material scientist and I work with the materials. I tried this meditation.
So does it work better?
Yeah, I would say both are almost the same, but if the gold part, the amount of gold, even though it is few atoms of gold, if that is acceptable, I would say gold is better, because it can overcome all the enzymes and reach the gene, but that is not acceptable in some of the CRISPR cases.
The cost-wise?
Cost-wise, this is the cheapest thing. Gold. Yeah, that is one of the things I forgot to tell you. Whenever you talk about gold, we think that now it is rocket rising the price of gold. We use only micrograms or even less than that. With a microliter of a stock solution, we can make hundreds of LFA, lateral flow assay devices, so that the one kit, the charge is only less than 200 rupees.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Madam will be there up to 4 o'clock. You can interact with madam after the session. Okay. Now, I request Noor Shaina Begum, madam, to hand over the memento. Thank you, madam, for your wonderful lecture. Thank you. Now, the session is over.
We sincerely thank Srinivas sir for chairing the session. So as a token of thanks, I will give her memento. I will ask Sivananjaya sir to give a token of thanks to this one. Where is session chair? Thank you very much, sir, for coming and doing it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we will break for lunch. And lunch, there are 2 counters are arranged. One counter you have to go left side and go down the stairs. One counter will be right and go it. Please spread wherever the crowd is less. And we will assemble back at 2:30. And poster and oral, I have already shared the abstract book. By this time you know what is your oral number and poster one. Please load it. Whenever it's possible, after finishing a lunch, the respective rooms, volunteers will be there to load your presentations. Please do that. Thank you very much.
Congress, Kathmandu, Nepal, Karnataka section of the International Commission, and the recipient of National Integration Award presented by the All India National Unity Congress, New Delhi on 22nd November 2015. He has served as offering Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University, December 2017 to March 2018, Dean Faculty of Law, Bangalore University, at Kuvempu University and Karnataka, Chairperson, Department of Studies in Law, University Law College, Bangalore University, Bengaluru, Principal, University Law College, Bangalore University, Associate Research Professor, Indian Law Institute, New Delhi, Professor of Law, Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies, Delhi. Sir served as member in several academic bodies of University of Mysore, Karnataka, State Law University, Gulbarga University, Karnataka University, Dharwad, and Goa University. And also, sir has participated in the presented papers in national and international. And sir has invited to as a resource person by the UGC, HRDC, and by other universities. With this, a brief introduction, I once again welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you, Ananda.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I think we are already 20 minutes behind schedule. I'll take just few minutes to introduce the first speaker of session 3. Before that, if some of you are wondering what a law professor is doing here in the Department of Chemistry. Incidentally, I happen to be the nodal officer under the PM Usha project, wherein we have sanctioned some amount for this international conference. So your chairperson has been very clever to invite me here, to photograph me in the program, to photograph me having lunch, and this also, so that all the bills are settled. Anyway, by the way, it's part of the university program, so I'm much happy and privileged to be here today. Briefly introducing our first speaker, Professor Mohammad Allah sir is an accomplished chemist with an international academic profile, currently affiliated with the Chemistry Department, Faculty of Science, Giza, Egypt, and the Institute of Chemistry, Martin Luther University, Halle-Wittenberg, Halle-Saale, Germany. His dual affiliation reflects his strong engagement in global, collaborative research and teaching across Europe and Middle East. Professor Alasar's research focuses on advanced functional materials, soft matter chemistry, and structure property relationship, with particular emphasis on liquid crystals, self-assembled molecular systems, and responsive materials. His work combines synthetic chemistry, materials characterization, and physical chemistry to design novel molecular architectures with tunable optical, electronic, and mesophase properties. Sir, you have been author of numerous high-quality research publications in leading international journals and has actively contributed to the scientific community through collaborative projects, invited lectures, and conference presentation. Sir, your research have outcomes, have relevance to optoelectronic applications, smart materials, and next-generation functional systems. Sir, on behalf of Bangalore University, the Department of Chemistry, I extend a hearty welcome, and the stage is yours, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the kind introduction. I have to share my screen first. So you see now my presentation? Okay. Hello and welcome everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to represent this talk. My talk will be about chiral and polar phases in achiral photoswitchable liquid crystalline materials. So, why liquid crystals are important? Liquid crystals will be used in our daily life in many applications, and the most well-known application is liquid crystal displays, known as LCD, but you can find it also in other applications such as smart windows, biosensors, 5G systems, photovoltaics, and many others. Liquid crystal represent an intermediate state of matter which combine between order, which is a characteristic feature of crystalline material, and mobility, which is a characteristic feature of isotropic liquid. There are many classes of liquid crystals according to their molecular shape, but today I will focus only about two such types. These are the rod-like or calamitic liquid crystals and bent core or banana-shaped liquid crystals. In calamitic liquid crystals, we have rigid aromatic core, which is attached to at least one terminal flexible chain, or two, one at this side and the other at this side, or one small flexible group, such this molecule shown here. For bent core molecular liquid crystals, we have central bent core unit, which is connected to rod-like arms. And depending on temperature, on heating a crystalline material, which can show liquid crystal phase, we can find different types of liquid crystalline materials. For example, if we have lamellar structure, we will have symmetric phases, and on further heating, we will get nematic phase till we reach the isotropic liquid state. So what are the methods we are using to characterize liquid crystals? First, we need differential scanning calorimetry, then polarized optical microscope, and other electro-optic investigations and X-ray diffraction. From differential scanning calorimetry, this is the first method we are using. We can get the transition temperatures on heating and cooling cycle of the material, which tell us primary information if there is a liquid crystal phase or not in this material. Then, with polarized optical microscope, we get different textures, and each phase has its characteristic texture. For example, we have here typical Schlieren texture for anematic phase, and different types of symmetric and columnar, chiral nematic, and blue phases. Because now I am working in Germany, in Halle-Saale, I should refer to this molecule, which was the first bent-core molecule synthesized, and this was synthesized by Daniel Forländer. Daniel Forländer was one of the leading organic chemists who synthesized more than 2,000 liquid crystalline materials, and this compound was stored in one of his cigar boxes shown here, and it was found to exhibit a non-liquid crystalline phase. And this material was characterized later by Weisflug in 2001 and was found to exhibit a typical banana liquid crystal phase known as B6 phase. However, the first example of ferroelectricity in a chiral bent-core liquid crystal was reported by Professor Takazoe in 1996. And this is the typical shape of a ferroelectric current switch curve for such bent-core molecule. So, what are the factors which we have to consider during designing of bent-core materials? First of all, the central bent-core unit, because this central bent-core unit will provide the bending of the whole molecular structure, leading to this bent shape or banana shape molecule. So different types of central bent-core units could be used, but all in all, the bending angle should be in this range, 105 to 140. If it is less or more, then you will not get banana liquid crystal phases. And typically used bent-core units was substituted benzene, substituted naphthyl, or biphenyl. But of course, other heterocycles and other substituted aromatic rings could be also used. This bent-core unit is attached to aromatic side arms, which might have different linking groups, such as ester, Schiff base, or any other linking groups, and terminated by flexible chain at the end. And this flexible chain prevents crystallization and help the order of liquid crystal phases. What makes bent-core specific in their properties? This is their molecular shape. The idea behind the specific properties of bent-core molecule is their molecular shape, because with this bent shape, the molecules are forced to be in backed arrangement, and this backed arrangement results in polar order within layers. This polar order could be in opposite direction, as we have here, the polar order in this direction and in this direction in this layer, and in this case we have antiferroelectric phase, and this is the typical switching current curve for antiferroelectric material, which have two polarization peak. The polar order can be also in the same direction between adjacent layer, as shown here, and in this case we will have only one polarization current peak. The molecules tend to escape from this macroscopic polar order in different ways, and one way of this methods is to form helix, or by twisting of these layers. So if the molecules are tilted within layers, we have layer normal, tilt direction, and polar axis, and depending on the combination between these three different parameters, we will get chiral phase, which might show right-handed or left-handed, depending on the tilt direction and the other parameters here. In bent-core liquid crystals, there are different types of chiral phases, and they are generally called dark conglomerate phases. And these dark conglomerate phases are characterized by their dark appearance under crossed polarizer. So if you are using microscope and under totally crossed polarizer, you will see totally dark area or dark texture. And on rotation of one of the analyzer in clockwise direction with a small angle, you will see bright and dark domains. If you rotate the analyzer in the other direction anti-clockwise with the same angle used here, the bright area become dark and the dark become bright. And this indicates the chirality of this phase. The dark conglomerate phases of bent-core molecules are classified into two main classes. The first one is helical nanofilament phases, and the second one is a sponge-like phase. In both of them, there is deformation of the symmetric layers, but in this case, the layers are in a true liquid crystalline phase, and here there is a crystal-like backing, leading to the helical nanofilament phase. Both phases could be differentiated by X-ray diffraction. So in this case, in the sponge-like phase, we have layer structure, but we have wide diffuse scattering in the wide angle region. And this indicates that this is a true liquid crystalline phase. While in the helical nanofilament phase, known also as P4 phase, we have layer structure, but weak and broad reflections in the wide angle region, indicating that this is a soft crystalline phase. Among them, we reported a third new type, which is helical nanocrystallite, and this will be the focus during the following slides. So, we are working with different classes of azobenzene-based liquid crystals, and we are interested in this because with light, we can enable dynamic control and reversible phase switching of different phases. When we started in this field, we searched in the literature and I found these materials, which was reported in 2001, and all of them were not liquid crystalline. They were crystalline material. So based on the design concepts which I already mentioned, I decided to make a substitution in the central bent core unit at this position. Of course, you can make a different position, but this one is more efficient. And I use different substituents, which I will show you some of examples of this. Coming to the census, because of the time, I will not discuss the census, but please feel free to ask me after the talk or write me an email if you have any question concerning the census. So we synthesized symmetric and non-symmetric bent core molecules, large number of them. Let's see the first example shown here. This is derived from 4-bromoresinol having the bromine substituent at this position. And this is the phase behavior of complete series of this molecule having different chain lengths. So this is N is equal to 10 till 16 at this side. And as you can see here, for the shortest homologue, we have a nematic phase characterized by this texture, and below the nematic, there is a short range of a dark conglomerate phase characterized by the dark appearance under crossed polarizer and the appearance of chiral domains under slightly uncrossed polarizer. And as you can see from the DSC investigation, these DC phases are stable down to room temperature without any crystallization, either on heating or cooling. Inserting fluorine at this ortho position next to the alkoxy chain results in stabilization of the DC phases and removing the nematic phases. Investigating such DC phases in this azobenzene-based material leads to this results. Here we have also layer reflections and the broad and small scattering in the wide angle region. This excludes the possibility that this phase could be a sponge-like phase. As I mentioned before, in a sponge-like phase, you have this broad wide angle scattering, which is not shown here. And this is very similar to the results obtained for the helical nanofilament phases. So both phases are more or less related to each other. In one study concerning helical nanofilament phases, it was shown that this helical nanofilament phases could be diluted with a hematogenic mesogen, 5Cb for example, up to more than 95% without losing the B4 phase. And this is because the helical nanofilament phase could be mixed with this 5Cb, forming a gel, leading to swelling of the helical nanofilament phases without loss of chirality. In another study with freeze fracture and transmission electron microscopy, for pure material or for mixed material with 5Cb, it was clear that the helical nanofilament phase could be easily seen. In a similar investigation for one of our materials, we cannot see such helical nanofilaments. And this led us to the assumption that the helical filaments in our case might be for short range, not for long range as shown here. This was further supported by mixing with 5Cb. And as you can see here, these are the chiral domains, which are small in size for the pure material. And after mixing with 5Cb, the chirality is enhanced as indicated by increase of the size of the chiral domains. But main point here that the amount of 5Cb which could be mixed with our material is very limited. It is still 50%, not more. So in case of helical nanofilament phases, we can mix up to 95 or more, but in our case, it is only 50%. And this in agreement with our assumption that this phase here is helical nanocrystallites with short range of helical filaments and not long range. To understand what is happening, we performed DFT calculations, and as you can see here, the bending angle here of the whole molecule is 120. This would be the same if we use also resorcinal core without any substituent here. What is affected is the twisting angle next to the bromine substituent. The twisting angle of this arm here is 90. However, it is only 40 here, and this leads to helical or twisted conformers, which lead to chirality of the liquid crystalline phase. So at this point, we were sure that the presence of a bulky substituent at this position is necessary for observation of such chiral phase. This was also tested by replacing bromine with iodine with larger crystal volume, and as you can see here, we also obtained helical nanocrystallite phase, but the chiral domains are larger compared to the case in bromine, and this attributed to the larger size of the iodine substituent, which lead to more twist. So for bent core molecules, there are 3 different types of dark conglomerate phases with increasing backing density. Chirality synchronization could be started in the liquid crystal phase, leading to the Spanish phases, or it could be started at the moment of the starting of crystallization. And for the helical nanofilament phase, long range ribbons could be found, while the presence of the bulky substituent in our case prevents the arrangement of such long range ribbons and leads only to helical nanocrystallites. Another interesting central bent core unit we used was for cyanoresorcinol. And for cyanoresorcinol provide small bending angle, so rich mesomorphism could be observed. As you can see here, it is not only one liquid crystal phase observed for this material, but we can reach up to 6 different liquid crystalline phases in a single molecule, which is very uncommon for liquid crystalline material. Also, chirality was observed in the fluid phase assigned here with symmetric C or symmetric C BR phases, showing these chiral domains. Comparing one of our material with another material having Schiff base moieties instead of the azobenzene units, you can see here for the Schiff base material, we have only 3 liquid crystalline phases, while in our case, we have up to 6 liquid crystalline phases. This indicates that azobenzene unit is more efficient toward liquid crystal formation. One of the interesting results we reported for this compound, one of them, this compound has higher temperature symmetric A phase, which A chiral one, and below it, there is chiral symmetric C phase. It was possible to photo switch between the different types of phases with UV light. And this process was very fast and reversible. It takes place in less than 3 seconds. And once the light source is removed, the texture is relaxed back to the initial state. Another interesting was also observed for this material having the ester group with inverted direction compared to the previous one. Here we have antiferroelectric switching phase, and after light irradiation, we can reach ferroelectric-like switch. It was also fast and reversible process. At this point, I should refer that we have very successful cooperation with our partner, Dr. Shankar and Professor Hegda, and they already successfully demonstrated the successful application of our materials in optical storage devices in this application. So in the second part of my talk, about rod-like calamatic molecule. Sorry, 1 moment. Okay, one way to modify the phase behavior of rod-like liquid crystals is by attaching terminal chains. And in most cases, the terminal chains are attached at the same position at both terminal ends with the same numbers. And these compounds, which have more than 2 terminal chains, are called polycatenar. Multi-chain compounds are polycatenar liquid crystals. Most of the studied polycatenar liquid crystals are symmetric, meaning that they have the same number and the chains at both terminals, and this leads in most cases in the formation of columnar hexagonal phases because the molecules tend to arrange in columns as shown here, and this leads to the columnar phase. More interesting are the non-symmetric polycatenars, having different numbers of terminal chain which non-symmetrically distributed at both ends of the molecule. These molecules are able to form columnar hexagonal phases and nematic and dysmictic C phases. Between them, successfully formed also cubic phases, and it was interesting because some of these cubic phases which formed by non-symmetric polycatenars show mirror symmetry breaking, and it was also shown in the adjacent liquid phase. This chiral isotropic liquid phase, assigned as ISO1 star phase, was predicted by this Russian scientist in a Russian paper in which he wrote the existence of a spontaneously chiral isotropic would represent a minimal liquid crystal phase with a minimal symmetry breaking. It was also expected theoretically by computer simulation in 2000 and 2009, but all attempts have been failed till the year 2014, when Professor Chereska reported the first experimental observation of chirality in isotropic liquid. For this tetracatenar material have 4 alkyl chains, non-symmetrically distributed at both ends. So on cooling from the normal isotropic liquid of this material, chiral domains could be observed in the ISO1 star phase, and the chiral could be easily proved by inverting the direction of the polarizer as I discussed before. This was very similar to what reported by Pasteur for tartaric acid salts, but in case of Pasteur it was solid material, and in this case it is liquid. Motivated by these interesting results, I designed this azobenzene polycatenars, and the goals for this work was to achieve this iso star phases at low temperature for better investigation, because in the case of this material, the iso star phase was occurring at very high temperature, more than 200 degrees, and the investigation of such iso star phases at this high temperature was very difficult because this will lead to the decomposition of the material. Another target was to understand the chirality in the liquid and liquid crystal phases exhibited by this material, and also to achieve photo switching between chiral and achiral liquid crystalline phases. Again, I will not discuss the senses, but you can check the publication or simply ask me later. So this was our first example in this field, and as you can see here, we can see the chiral domains in the isotropic liquid phase, and it was appearing at relatively low temperature compared to the bicyphene compound, and also in a good temperature range. And in this case, it was appearing beside a tetragonal phase, which have this birefringent texture. To decide if the tetragonal phase is chiral or achiral, it was difficult because of its high birefringence. So, investigation of both ISO and the ISO1 star phase of this material show broad small angle scattering with a d-value which is close to the molecular length, and this lead to the conclusion that in this ISO star phase there is cybotactic clusters which have helical structure, and this lead to the formation of this chiral domains in this isotropic liquid phase. This tetragonal phase was investigated with our collaborators, Professor Feng Liu from China, with synchrotron radiation, and it shows this complex pattern. And at that time, it was difficult to solve the exact structure of such tetragonal phase. But we were able to discover or solve recently one related compound. I will show it later. Now let us see the phase behavior of complete series of such material. And as you can see here, we have 2 different types of cubic phases, in addition to tetragonal phase and columnar phases for longer homologues. I should mention here that the appearance of such wide range of cubic phases is also not normal, because in most investigated materials before with symmetric polycatenar, it was only appearing for short range. And with such non-symmetric design, we can achieve room temperature cubic phases. And the cubic phases are very important from the application point of view, such as in drug delivery and photovoltaics and so on. So let's see now the two different types of cubic phases presented in this material. The first one is characterized by its high viscosity and no chiral domains could be observed under microscope. In the XRD, we have the most intense reflection could be indexed to 211 and 220, and these are typical for the double gyroid cubic phase. And this is the electron density map constructed based on the data obtained from here. And in this phase, we have two helical networks. These helical networks formed by the arrangement of these molecules in column, but because of this bulky end group here, represented here by pole, the molecules cannot be exactly parallel to each other, and they assume certain twist. And this twist is transferred through the three-dimensional network, leading to chiral networks. And in this phase, we have two of such networks with opposite chirality sense. And therefore, they cancel each other. And that's why we reach to this texture under microscope without any chiral domains, because we have a mesostructure. In the second type of cubic phase, the X-ray diffraction pattern is more complex, showing such reflections, and this is the electron density map. And there are different models trying to explain the cubic phase with I2-3 symmetry, but this is the most acceptable one. It shows three networks which are all chiral. And why we see these chiral domains in this case? Because chirality cannot be cancelled. If two of networks cancel each other, the third one will not be cancelled. And that's why we see dark and bright domains in such chiral cubic phase. Another point which I want to show you is the shape of the DSC curve in this material. Here we have such curve, and at this small transition during cooling, the chirality starts to appear, and we see these chiral domains in the liquid phase. While in this ISO1 phase without a star, there is already broad transition before starting of chirality at the next transition. This could be attributed to increased network connectivity with decreasing temperature. So we have certain clusters, and at critical value of connectivity between such clusters, chirality starts to develop. And the network connectivity and become maximum at the transition to the true liquid crystal phase, to the cubic phase here. Also, we have investigated the columnar phases with synchrotron radiation, and it was proved to be columnar hexagonal phase with the electron density map shown here. As I mentioned before, we were not able to solve the exact structure for the trigonal phase, but more efforts were done with our collaborators in China for such material. And they were able to solve the exact structure of this trigonal phase to be with such complex number. And it was shown that it is indeed formed by two helical networks. However, chirality is homogeneous along one of this helical network, and it is random along the other. So with these materials, we were not able to photo switch between the tetragonal phase and the chiral isotropic liquid phase, and this might be due to the three-dimensional network of this phase. So I thought about replacing such three-dimensional phase with more fluid phase, and to do this, we removed one chain from here to decrease the chain volume, and this led to the formation of chiral isotropic phase besides symmetric phase, which is more fluid. With this, and with all other materials having the azobenzene unit, we can photo switch them in solution, chloroform solution, but more interesting, we were able to photo switch between the symmetric A phase, which is achiral, and the chiral isotropic liquid phase. And this was also fast and switchable process. In another work, we have also designed different types of polycatenar materials, but using intermolecular interaction. And in this case, we use hydrogen bonding interaction between hydrogen bond acceptors, which are azopyridine derivatives, and hydrogen bond donors, and these are benzoic acid derivatives. The main point here is that the azobenzene derivatives are not liquid crystalline, and this shows different types of liquid crystals, but mainly columnar phases. And after mixing them together, you can have rich varieties of different liquid crystalline phases, and of particular importance, the cubic phases in wide ranges also. And in collaboration with Professor Giza from Germany, we were able to photo switch between the chiral I2-3 phase and the achiral IE3D phase, as well as between chiral crystalline and chiral I2-3 phase in these materials. So I showed you now that we are working with two different types of liquid crystalline materials, rod-like polycatenars and bent core materials. We are still working with both materials, but our current project deals mainly with hockey stick polycatenars. We are aiming to combine the properties of both materials in single molecules by designing new hockey stick polycatenars. One of our recent results is shown here for this material having the central bent core unit 1,3,4-oxydiazole, which is important for semiconducting applications. And the result for non-fluorinated materials are shown here. So this was X equal to H without any substitution. We have for the shortest homologue 3 different liquid crystalline phases, namely columnar hexagonal phase and the 2 cubic phases. And in a chain elongation, we get wide range of the columnar hexagonal phase. Again, this was investigated with our collaborators in China in details, and all phases were confirmed. But more interesting, in collaboration with Professor Yoshio from Japan, we were able to photo switch between this columnar hexagonal phase and amorphous state under UV irradiation. And this is important for optical storage devices application. And also this process was reversible one. It was also possible to align the columnar phase by reaching the isotropic temperature and cooling under electric field. We can achieve certain degree of alignment of such columnar phases. We also investigated the effect of core fluorination at different position with different numbers, so at ortho position or at both ortho and meta position with respect to the terminal chain. And as you can see here, the type of the phase is not different from the parent molecule without any fluorination. In all cases, we get hexagonal columnar phases. But with this double fluorinated material, we could achieve complete alignment of the columnar phases. And in this case, we don't need to reach the isotropic temperature, then cool down. But we can simply apply the electric field at any temperature in the liquid crystal phase, then we can achieve complete alignment, which is very important also for applications. Another interesting point, for the non-fluorinated material, during current switching investigation, we don't have any polarization peak in this green curve. By adding 1 fluorine, the polarization starts to appear. We have small polarization value, and by double fluorinated compound, we have high polarization. This means that aromatic core fluorination could induce ferroelectricity in these materials. In a very recent work, which is already published only this week, we used another central bent core unit and different types of fluorination also at the terminal ring. And in this case, we get columnar hexagonal phases and the novel type of tetragonal phase. Because of the time, I cannot discuss this, but you can check the publication. Also, we used different types to induce bending of the molecular structure, and here we didn't use central bent core unit, but we used aliphatic spacer with 7 carbon atoms. This also induced bend of the whole molecular structure, and in this case, we get different types of cubic phases. So in summary, I showed you today different types of liquid crystals, mainly bent core liquid crystals, which capable of photo switching between chiral and achiral liquid crystalline states and different polar states. Also, we saw different types of azobenzene-based polycatenars designed by covalent bonding or by intermolecular interaction, which are capable of forming different types of chiral cubic phases as well as chiral tetragonal phase. And this material were able to show photo switching between chiral and achiral states. And finally, we saw our recent results with hockey stick polycatenars, which show ferroelectricity and the ability to align the columnar phase inside the liquid crystal phase range. Finally, I would like to thank all people shared in this work, and of course, the foundation, DAD, Alexander von Humboldt, Dave G for the financial support, and of course you for your kind attention, and I would be happy to answer now your questions. Hello? Okay.
Audience?
Yeah, Professor Mohammed, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. It was a very nice presentation. We could get insight information about this, especially bent core molecules. I have one question, especially regarding this DC phase, emerging from this achiral bent core molecule. Will the strength of this chirality will be the same when you use a chiral tail, attached to the same bent core? Still, you'll be able to get the same DC phase, or it's going to be like a calamatic phase?
It mainly depends on the chirality sensor which you will use. If you use racemic compound, you might get right and left-handed sense. But if you use pure enantiomer, then you will not see chirality because it is homochiral and it is difficult to see under microscope.
Yeah. And regarding this cubic phase, it's very difficult to characterize by using polarizing microscope alone. Is there any other way we can, apart from X-ray, so that initial characterization? Most of the time, students think it's isotropic and conclude as a crystalline phase. Cubic phase are extremely rare to get.
Yes, the main point in the cubic phase compared to the isotropic, both of them has this dark texture under microscope. But cubic phase is characterized by its high viscosity. So if you try to apply shearing stress, it will not move. But in isotropic liquid, it will be highly fluid. And this means indications that you might have cubic phase. And I have to mention that with our in-house machine, XRD, it is difficult always to characterize both type of materials. We need synchrotron radiation because you need high resolution.
And
but initially, you can depend on such shearing stress.
Anyone else? Is there any question? Maybe I conclude with the last question. Okay. Especially like, in the last part of your slide, you mentioned about this 1,3,4 oxidizole, bent core molecule. Usually
Yes.
that 1,3,4, core, prone to give high melting and clearing temperature. Instead of that, you could have used the other isomer, 1,2,4 oxidizole, which will always, have lower melting and clearing. What's your view?
This is a very good question, and I know that you worked with such bent core unit. Indeed, I tried to synthesize such a material, but because we have such long aromatic core, it was very difficult to synthesize. We faced some problems during the debenzylation process.
Yes. Yeah.
But as you saw, with such chains and different number of chains, we can still reduce the melting point.
Yes. That's true. Yeah. If there are no more questions, I think we thank Professor Mohammed Allah sir for a very informative talk on latest advancement in the liquid crystalline chemistry, and it's over to chair.
On behalf of the Department of Chemistry and this conference, sir, I take it privilege to thank you so much for appearing on the virtual mode and enlightening this conference. Thank you so much, sir. All the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See, oral presenter, please load the slide. During the presentations, you are not allowed to load. You have to load now. Please load it. Whomever is having today's session, session 1 and session 2, please load it.
Settle down, please. Hello, yeah. Settle down. Session 3, we have another distinguished speaker, Dr. A. Palinappan is a distinguished electrochemist and material scientist, currently serving as principal scientist in the Electronics and Electroanalysis EEC division, CSIR, that is Central Electrochemical Research Institute, Karaikudi. With extensive experience spanning academia, industry, and national laboratories, he has made significant contributions to electrochemical sensing, electroanalysis, nanomaterials, and energy devices. Sir earned his BSc from the University of Madras, MSc from IIT Bombay, and PhD from Wayne State University, USA, followed by a postdoctoral research at the University of Massachusetts, where he worked on nanomaterials for biosensing under the mentorship of Professor Vincent M. Rotello. He has been associated with CSIR, CECRI since 2008, processing through positions of scientist to principal scientist under the QHS fellowship scheme.
So we are covering
Okay. Okay. Let me continue. His current research focuses on nanomaterial synthesis for electrochemical sensors and catalytic applications, dye-sensitized and quantum dot sensitized solar cells, metal ion and biosensors, effluent treatment technologies, and electrochemical diagnostics. He has played key roles as principal investigator and co-principal investigator in several major national, internationally funded projects. Dr. Palinappan has published extensively in leading journals such as Advanced Materials, Journal of the American Chemical Society, Nanoscale, Scientific Reports, etc. Through his interdisciplinary research, mentorship, and sustained engagement in technology development, Sir continues to play a vital role in advancing electrochemical science and sensor technologies for energy, environment, and healthcare applications. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chair, for this wonderful introduction, Professor V. Sudesh. Yeah. And I thank you, organizer, especially Shivaraj sir, for this opportunity. And anyway, thank you all of you. I know it's tough time around 3 o'clock. We all want to have a tea break. So I'll try to finish it as early as possible, you know. Once again, thank you. I feel very humble after coming to this place. I see a lot of photographs around me, you know. I've been to many places, but I don't think I've seen so many photos of great scientists in a room. So I think that should be the motivation for all these young children or the new generations which are coming up. And you should feel always, you know, there should be a joy, and also you should be intimidated. They have attained these such places. What am I going to do? So that kind of question is what you should pose yourself. And with that, I'm trying to say what I can do today, right? So as Sir has introduced, Professor Sudesh Sir has introduced, I worked on materials for sensing and catalytic applications. from Electronics and Electrocatalysis Division of Central Electrochemical Research Institute. It's located in a small town called Karaikudi. I don't know how many of you heard this term, Karaikudi, and it's in the southern part of India, right? Rameshwaram, I would just say probably most of you will know, it's probably 2.5 hours from our place. So we are really in the southern tip of India. So if you get a chance, come and visit. I will just address 5 minutes. I'll just go, not get into the topic. I'll address some of the things that we've been talking about from the morning, and then I'll go into the topic, right? Morning, sir was telling, Niranjana sir was telling that chemists should work with biologists. Actually, I would just say chemists should work with everyone, right? We are the one, we should feel very proud that we are making molecules. Probably we may not be able to make a device, right? I may not be able to make a device, but whatever is a semiconductor inside is probably what a chemist like me has figured out, right? Otherwise, it's not going to interact, right? There is a laser light, right? All these materials have been figured by chemists. So you work with almost everyone. Then you can cover the interdisciplinary research of material chemists, biologists, physicists, and all, right? And we need to always also have support from the engineering group. And we are talking about using of the facility. Since I come from CSIR, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, I would like to say that if any students would like to do analysis of any particular characterization, please look at CSIR labs. If it is there, they are giving you in a really academic price, which meaning very discounted rate. And also, I think Bangalore University is also part of it. There is a portal called STEM portal, iSTEM portal. So you can provide your samples through those portals, and it will reach in a right lab. They'll be able to do the right kind of analysis. So I think sitting at this era where physically we have to meet earlier days, right? After Corona, though it was very bad, but then we all started meeting over video conference. Like we had a lecture now, let's say from Germany, right? And similarly, people can interact. So just don't make an excuse that I don't have this particular instrument or I don't have this particular facility, and that's the reason why I'm not able to go further. If you tell any one of us, we will be glad to help any of the students. I mean, you can come through your HOD. Always it has to be routed through your professors, right? So you make sure that you write to us through your professors, whatever the help that you're seeking for, then we will be gladly happy to help you with that, right? So as sir is talking about, I worked on materials for sensing. Here I see Manjunath sir from Don Bosco Institute of Technology. He has probably heard a couple of my lectures. And I wanted to go a little different today. Also from electronics to electrocatalysis, I moved into what is called Technology Transfer and Business Development Group of this Central Electrochemical Research Institute. So you can think, I don't know how many of you want to be entrepreneurs. So normally my talk would be like, I want to interact with the students. So I will post the question. I won't wait till the end. So how many of you want to be entrepreneur? After your, let's say, whatever the degree you are pursuing, you may not even thought about it. I will give you an opportunity, then think about it. As a chemist, what I can do? I can go for a job, right? It should not be like that. Think about you being an entrepreneur, right? There are a lot of possibilities is there. And having worked in different areas or niche areas of chemistry, now I'm looking into what is called this technology transfer and business development. Now the prime focus, we were talking about students not coming to the department or arts, people are going into AI and all, right? There are a lot of opportunities here. There are a lot of business perspective is there. If you know that, probably you can even engage your friends and colleagues to get into these kind of courses, right? So I'll give you little glimpses of that, and that is why I wanted to talk today about this recycling of end-of-life solar panel, or what is called, I just a little bit changed the title. I have to excuse myself since I didn't give a title to sir. He has just put up a title. So thank you. I'm extremely sorry for that. I didn't realize that particular point of time. So we are trying to recycle end-of-life photovoltaic solar panel. Why do we have to do that? Right now, the government of India, whatever you want to do, they want to make sure that particular project is going to get some kind of money, or it's going to fetch some business perspective to that. So now all of the CSIR project, I'm assuming that even the DST Anusandhan research that we talked about in the morning also, they will actually look at what is the business perspective of that particular project once it's been sanctioned, how much money they can get in. If they give 30 lakhs, they may not expect 30 lakhs. At least you should be able to make 3 lakhs out of that particular invention or the work, right? So that is the whole idea, and that is how now the government is focusing, right? So we make a lot of molecules in our laboratory. For example, our laboratory is very famous for battery research, corrosion protection, and we are also started working a lot on electrolyzer, right? Splitting of water into hydrogen and oxygen. This is one of the green, in niche area that is coming up. Government is pushing towards making a green hydrogen. I don't know how many of you guys are reading on it. So what do we got Nobel Prize on this year? Nobel Prize? MOF, who are the inventors? Good. No? Okay, I'll give you as a homework, right? So, go back and look at who has figured MOF. And MOF is molecular organic framework or metal organic framework is made mainly for what is called hydrogen storage, right? There is one professor, I just wanted to touch his name. Anyone can think about, there are 3 people who got the Nobel Prize. Yagi, yeah, Umar Yagi, right? Umar Yagi is from the place, actually he is right now in California, but I was at Wayne State University, which is in Detroit. We never, imagine being in US, I'm talking about in the year 2000, right? We never had what is called transmission electron microscope in that university. So I have to travel up to the place where we have this is called University of Michigan. It's in Ann Arbor, but it's all in the same state like the Karnataka. It's also a state that are through different places. I have to travel there, and I got an opportunity to meet him now and then. But I never had any interaction or research interaction with him. So it was good pleasure that at least I feel very happy that he got a Nobel Prize. So the main idea, if you look at it, his research starts from 2000, and he worked on making the molecular or metal organic framework, right? And it's mainly for a storage. We'll get into this particular topic now. So having come to this, now there are countries which are fighting with each other. There are a lot of strategic approaches which is going on, right? So if you look at solar panel, there are a lot of material that are involved in that, right? There is going to be the biggest material. What is there in a photovoltaic solar panel? The biggest component? Silicon, right? And glass. Glass is also going to take a lot amount of space there. And we have aluminum, and there are trace amounts of heavy metals will be there: tin, lead, gold, silver, based on the companies from where you are purchasing or based on when it has been manufactured. Now the technology is advanced. They are trying to minimize the usage of this material. Already it is very minimal. They want to minimize even further, right? So that there will be a day will come where you will have a flexible solar panel which will not have some of those costly material there. Now, having materials being strategic in nature, if we have a war with, let's say, XY company, XY country, they may not supply this material, right? So the critical materials and the rare earth material, which is very good for our electric vehicle, for example, magnets, supply will get stopped, which means that we may not be able to proceed further, and there are a lot of other questions on whatever the program that government is pushing. So now, government is saying that whatever we have in the market, okay. All right, to show you. Whatever in the market can be recycled and circulated. So that is the idea with which this particular project has been started. Yeah, thank you. So if you look at it, as I said, whatever the material is there, we need to recycle it. We cannot throw it. Right now we are seeing the biggest problem with this is this plastic, right? We collect all these plastics, throw them. If you really go back and see where it goes, it reaches sea. Right, and now all those creatures in the oceans are getting disturbed, or the life cycle is getting disturbed, which means that it's going to get back to us. And that is why you can see, even though it is very hot these days, but still you also feel a coldness, right, in the morning. So these climatic changes and all is occurring because of humans' carelessness or throwing of the waste without really thinking of what would cause it to the nature and how chaos it will be. So the idea is, National Solar Mission is launched in 2010. India went very big and they wanted to plan somewhere like 207 gigawatt power of photovoltaics thing, right? Because whatever the electricity that we generate these days, it's going to be either a coal-based or a steam turbine-based thing. Again, there could be some or other way the coal will be always be involved. So those are going to cause emissions and will cause what is called carbon emission. And nowadays, it's come to India also, they are going to give a credit called carbon credit, right? The less you pollute the environment, you get paid for it by the, let's say, World National Bank or things like that. There are agencies out there which is monitoring how much each countries are polluting the environment. Based on that, either they have to pay the penalty or they will get the reward. So there are agencies which is working on it. With that in mind, we wanted to see if you have installed some solar panel in the year 2010, the life should be up to 2030, right? And more than 20 years maintaining a solar panel would be very difficult, though they say these days you can go up to 25 years. But earlier days, the solar panels were very expensive. People were learning how to make them, and they may not last more than that particular year. 2025 or 30 is what it's going to come into the market as a junk or as a waste material. So how to make wealth out of the waste? That was a question which was posed by the CSIR. So this is one project that we've been working on. Right. There are different, energy gigawatts which government has been focusing on that we should be installing it. So if you look from 24-25, the increase is going on, right? From megawatts, it's going to go gigawatts, and the amount is going to surge. So if you install, I'll go to the next slide. Okay. This is only for a farmer. Now, if you have a big farmland, maybe I'll come down. I think then this will work much better. Yeah. So if there is a farmer, right, they have a pump always running, right? So they need a pump which can, they need a pump which should run on, let's say, either electric power or solar panels. And government has identified this as a Pradhan Mantri Kishan Urja, right? And they launched this in the year 2019. So again, there are a lot of solar waste or solar panel which is going to come as non-usable or end-of-life solar panel. So if you look at it, there are three components to that. I'll just talk about it and then go to the chemistry part of it, because from the morning I know you all are listening to the chemistry, so I want to give a little more of a business perspective to that. And you also have a person who is monitoring how you are making expenditure, so that should account somewhere all your projects are going to get some kind of funding, right? So always look for an opportunity. And I just also wanted to say, nowadays, instead of doing a, research on papers, like whenever you've been given a one particular project, what you do, you go back to the lab, you look at Web of Science, you look at journal articles, right? But the strategy is slowly changing. People started looking at patents, right? So patents is very important where there are gaps. So I wanted to say I want to use a recycling of solar panel. The first thing I will go and do is I wanted to know what other people have done, how they have made recycling of solar panel. Can I make any change in that, right? Or if I make a change, can it be a better business? If it is not, people will go back to literature and then they follow the same method, right? So that's the first thing now people have started doing. Instead of reading a journal article, the day will even come to all of us again that we need to go back and look at what is there as an intellectual property, IPR, that is what we call, right? And whatever the gaps is there in the IPR, see whether I can fill up that particular gap. And if I can fill up that particular gap, can I get investor who you tell him is your ideas, this is the gap I'm going to fill in. By doing this, I'll be able to make X amount of money by taking up this project, right? Let's say I get 10 lakh for doing this particular work. If I do a technology transfer or if I sell some or even a job opportunity would be better, right? If I make a small industries and I give a job to at least 100 people around that area, it is also one good thing, which we are converting into a societal application. Even that kind of thing should be there, right? So with that, again, there are a lot of end-of-life solar panels are going to come into the market or into our society, and those, instead of dumping as a waste, we should find a way to recycle them. So now the question you will ask is, sir, if I recycle it, will I be able to make again fresh solar panel? Probably not. My answer would be, at this point of time, probably no, right? Because the majority of I'll talk about the component of the solar panel. You will have a glass substrate. You also have a weight that causes by the aluminum frames. So you will have glass and aluminum frame pays almost like 30 to 40% of your solar panel, and the rest is 60 to 70%, 65% is what your silicon and other material. And again, silicon plays a major role, and if I remove that, this will come as a glasses, right? So what is this solar panel is made of? We know it is a silicon, and the glass bottles that we also know it's made of silicon, right? So we can crush these as a powders and then get them used for a recycled solar panel, where even we can try to make these kind of glasses, right? That's one possibility. The other possibility is now there are different applications are coming up for the reusage of these glass materials, which is on reflective in nature. So that can be used for those particular purposes, right? So if you look at it, from the there are three different components. I talked about it. So if you look at it, there's a grid power. Now people are moving from grid power to what is called off-grid or solar panel based pumps. And again, these are grid as well as off-grid, where there are intermittent fluctuations are there, then we will use a solar panel, and hard to reach places we will use solar panel. So there are three components associated with that. If you look at it now, all the farmers are trying to get like free electricity types, they are trying to get it, right? Only the grid power is 7.2%, the rest all covers the major portions of it. So that's the idea I wanted to give. So there are, as I suggest, again, there are a lot of solar panels that will come back. And if you look at it now for the residential, this is started from probably in 2022-23, though I just put the 24 officially they released. But then even starting from 2022, the government started pushing, even every household will take use of these solar panels for generation of electricity, right? I think most of your water heater at Bengaluru will be based on solar panel. I mean, we don't have probably in the south, though we have a lot of sun. I mean, if you come to Tamil Nadu, it is always hot. It's hot, hotter, hottest. That's the climate that we have throughout the year, right? Only this year, it's a little different. We also feel this cold wave. Otherwise, it's always hotter day. So if you install 2 kilowatt at your home, you get 30,000 rupees as a subsidy. I also want students to know this. You can go and make use of these kind of government subsidies. And again, 2 to 3 kilowatt, it goes from 30 to 48,000, and above 3 kilowatt, it is 70,000. The numbers probably is missing, or maybe it's a little updated number, right? 30, 60, and 70 is what is government generally is offering there, right? And if you look at the solar panel installation over the years in India, from 2014, you look at it, it's less than 5,000. But now look at 24, 25, and 26, 27. They are reaching closer to a few lakhs of installation in a household, right? And that means people are slowly getting used to this, and they are very happy of using such kind of solar panel. And this will be very useful for an industry which has to pay more electricity as the unit goes on, right? Up to 0 to 100 in Tamil Nadu, we have a rate, 100 to 200 a different rate, and once you cross 500, the rate changes completely. Even from 0 to 600, the rate will be totally different. So those kind of fluctuations can be avoided if you have a solar panel installed in your houses. So this is worldwide. I wanted to show what would be the, what would be the projection of PV panel waste that will come by 2040. As you go on increasing this installation, of course, the waste numbers is also going to reach as we go along the period. So we need to have a robust technology of collecting those waste from this end-of-life solar panel. So there are different technologies are available, and I'm coming, since I'm from the Electrochemical Institute with a material background, we wanted to see whether we can apply some electrochemical technique and can we recover this. An electrochemical technique, only problem would be the initial cost would be very high, but the purity of the material that you get out of it, the capex will be very high. That is what we mean. We have to talk in terms of business, it's called capex. That will be very high, but the purity of the material that you get would be much, much better. Okay. So this is on an Indian scenario. Also, again, we are seeing the numbers keep increasing in terms of the solar waste that will come in over the years by 2030 to 2050, because as we go along from south to north, you can just see there are a lot of agencies or government, different state governments are giving different kinds of discounts to their people. Even if you buy electric vehicle, right? If you buy electric vehicle and connect them with the grid, probably you are not reaching what the government has planned. You buy electric vehicle, charge them with the solar panel, then it's totally renewable. But I buy electric vehicle, but charge them using my grid power, then it's not completely renewable, right? So that's where the difference is going to be, and people are pushing towards it. So if you see any roadside charging facility, they will have definitely at some point of time solar panel as we go along the road, I know, because a lot of cars and two-wheelers have started coming up. So in terms of waste that comes out, India stands as of today, it's in fourth in place, and China, of course, we don't have to talk about it. They are the biggest consumer. Earlier, it used to be US, which consumes a lot of material and gadgets and all. These days, China has become a biggest producer as well as big-time consumer of it. So the consumer industry in China is very good, and India, we are slowly marching. So at some point of time, we will cross that. Only thing is, one of the biggest trouble with us is we don't have resources, meaning we don't have some of those material available in India. I mean, it's a natural resource and it's really not available, especially since I'm from a, electrochemical institute, Central Electrochemical Institute, mainly focusing on a battery. All you know is right now people are working on a lithium, right? And if you look at reserves in India, the lithium resource is very, very poor. And it's there in let's say Southern American part, Chile kind of countries, and also in China. So if those countries stops the supply, we will not be able to make any further progress. So equivalently, as I talk on solar panel recycling, there are another different kinds of group which works on recycling of your batteries also, right? They wanted to extract all the materials from the battery and they wanted to make a second generations of the battery. So the first life generation of the battery gives a life for, let's say, 10 years, I wanted to have the second generation at least give the life for 7 years. So instead of throwing it, I will get some replenished life out of those battery. And there are different people with whom we also interact, because end of the day, the technology or the techniques are going to be same. We are going to use what is called electrowinning. We are going to use what is called electroplating. They are also going to use a similar kind of technology or methodology. So there is always a cross-talk, and we will know how much of capex that need to be installed and how much we get out of it at the end of the day. That also we are working on it, right? So this is the estimated value in terms of India. The early loss would be like almost 7 crores. That is what we are looking at it. This report is a little old, but then as we move along, the drastic increases from year 23, 24, 25, right? That is the year the solar panel installation is really picked up in India. And similarly, the waste is going to be of more as we go along, right? And if you look at it in terms of the solar technology, I'll go into actual slides, because there may be some students where this whole thing may be new. Like you may not know different types of generations of solar panel, first, second, and third generations of solar panel. I will talk a little bit on that, and those are components from that, right? What is initially it was only 92% is from the first generation solar panel, which consists of monocrystalline solar panel or polycrystalline, and that is what covered from 2014 to 2020. And then now we moved into what is called flexible solar panel. We don't want something to be very rigid. I want to roll it up and take it with me wherever I go. Imagine you have like a big car, or you can take a SUV as an example, and you construct a house kind of thing. You're going for a picnic, you take a rolled up solar panel and then power your van or that particular thing with the solar panel. That would be very nice. I can go and put up a camp anywhere, and that is very famous in abroad, and those kind of things are coming up. So again, it's a leisure which comes with the advancement in technology. So that's where these days every country is focusing towards, right? So this is what I just wanted to give you. So whenever you do any year after, whenever you want to take up a project, you also do a market study. right? Let's say I want to work on liquid crystals, then you go back and then see what is the market for the liquid crystals, where they have been used. Are they used in a display devices or any other devices? Can I make money out of it? So how much I should invest? So those are the analysis I should do. If I'm from, let's say, corrosion, I'm working on a corrosion means the total our GDP, if you look at it, we spend approximately 4% of our GDP for protecting material not to corrode. So we spend a lot on generating paints and coatings for those kind of structures, right? So there are a lot of potential is there. So then I need to go back and see what kind of paint is already in the market and how I can improve it performance as well as go with a minimal cost. So those are the things I need to look at it when I do the market research and also what is called patent survey. So instead of doing a literature survey, you start working on what is called patent survey, do that and then go back and do the market analysis. And if there is any difficulty, there are now agencies as far as CSIR labs are concerned. There is a lab in Pune, right? There is a lab called Urdip, URDIP. You can write to them. They will help you with your patent search. They will tell you where you say, I'm going to start up a particular project. Today I want to develop a paint for mitigating corrosions. You give your ideas to them, ask them, can you do a search on it and see whether anyone has used this particular material for developing such kind of corrosion protection painting systems. If they say yes, probably you should think of some different material. If say no, then you actually proceed further. So that, because you will be identifying a molecule based on the cost, right? If I develop a paint using this particular monomer, my cost of the paint would be cheaper, let's say by 100 rupees per liter, then the market will obviously come to you rather than going to what is already existing in it. You have to show the performance. So you always do these kind of surveys and then get back to that. So if you look at a recycling market, right now we are in 7.4%, but there is always, this is an Indian scenario, but there is always scope for the improvement, right? And we can get a lot of money out of it. So this is why we install it. And for a few people, I just told what is the business idea first, and just want to give a little more introduction towards solar panels. So I already talked about it. There is first generation solar panel, which is rigid and a robust, right? And the second generation that we talk about is what is called flexible solar panel, right? And the third one is what we people are working on is, when this National Solar Mission started, I worked on what is called dye-sensitized solar cell, right? Can we use a dye molecule and generate electricity? That is what the idea of that particular work. And you must have heard about a person named Gretzel, right? If you're in chemistry, you all know who is Gretzel is. He's the inventor of this particular technology. Though the science looks very simple, when you start working on it, there are a lot of things goes in there. And people have not still achieved more than, I would just say, 18% efficiency using a dye-sensitized solar cell. In our lab, I think we touched upon approximately 14% using indigenous material. And there are now, Gretzel is selling all these in a commercial market. It comes in a Dizol or different names. Now it is available. But then he missed the Nobel Prize only for that reason. It's not seen the light of what it should have seen, right? And otherwise, he would have been one of the Nobel Prize winner for this invention of dye-sensitized solar cell. So people moved, as a third generation is one of the first material is a dye-sensitized solar cell. Now slowly moving into what is called all solid state solar cell or perovskite solar cell, right? And perovskites, again, there are some problem. We may have to deal with a carcinogenic material, then how do we avoid that and how do we get into that? But all recycling that we talking about corresponding to first and second generation. We are not going to touch upon the third generation because it has still not reached the market in a bigger level, right? Yeah, I think I can skip all this because of the time. I'll just go directly to this particular slide. So this, we really have to know what are the components that is there in the silicon. This is true for both first and second generation solar panel, which are flexible as well as rigid. So initially you have a protective glass, and that's where, but then it should reflect, or it should allow the solar light or the sunlight to pass through, right? So you have to make sure that the glass is of such nature that it allows all the solar light to fall on the silicon panel below neath, right? And to fix these onto the panel, there will be a polymer which will be used, and that is called EVA polymer. And then you have a back sheet, and then aluminum frame and junction boxes. So when you go back and now look at the solar panel in a different angle, after this lecture, go back and see the solar panel, what are the components are really involved there. So if you look at it, you can separate the aluminum panel very easily. You can separate the junction box out of it. So the aluminum will have certain amount of value for you, right? And then if you take the junction box, there is going to be a lot of copper in that because there is a copper wiring is there. So that will get you some amount of value once you do that. And also we want to make this as a cottage industries. It's like how Radhi collects a paper. We want people to go and collect solar panel and give it to us. And we are telling them how to do that. In the sense, we will also teach them what are the material they can remove from it. For example, they can remove the aluminum, which holds a maximum weight, and also they can remove the junction boxes. Once they remove this, they can send it to the local chapter, which also we are planning in the current project. This project is for 3 years. We just started 6-month-old project. So we are working with few people in terms of generating jobs. So they will go and collect it. For collection also we'll give money. By selling this aluminum and copper, that person will get money. And the rest panel will come to us for us to recover these material. So this is a material in terms of 1 kg of the solar panel contain, let's say 13.14 of glass, and aluminum is 1.8. If you look at it, copper, silver, tin, these are very, very small. You can ask this question. So do we really need to recover this? Yes, we need to recover this. Because once we leave this, at some point of time, you may not even have access to this material. So that is why, if you look at it, this is less than a milligram, right? This is 180 grams. Milligram, this is 1.8 milligram, right? So even such small amount of material we need to recover so that we can generate either a second level generations of solar panel, or we can use them for a different applications. There are always, the materials are in demand as we advances on technology, right? This is one example of what we carried out, and from few labs also. This is from the literature I'm giving this data. We also worked something similar to that. So if you look at it, the silicon material and the polymer material will account for 6.6 kg, and the metal will account for 1.05 kg, and that is what we wanted to get out of it. So 1000 grams, kilograms of solar panel, you take it, what you get is 1 kilograms of metal. Okay, 1000 kilogram, you just get 1 kilograms of metal, and still it's more valuable for us. Because as madam talked in the morning, when you make a gold nanoparticle, they will use very, very few milligrams of it. Because I worked on a biosensor using gold nanoparticle, which you must have heard some of my talks also on it, right? You use literally you take a milligram of gold and dilute it to 10 times, and that is what is get into those kind of sensing material, right? So even the trace amount of material is what we need to recover, and that is why we recommend a electrochemical technique. If you do a chemical leaching, probably we will lose majority of them. The small quantity, we may not be able to recover it. So I'll go into the actual technique, and I'll stop in another 5 to 10 minutes, right? So these are different techniques that is available: chemical delaminations or thermal delaminations, and mechanical. Mechanical is you're going to grind everything, and then you need to separate it after digesting with the strong acids, right? We all know, like, all the metals can get dissolved in sulfuric acid or even aqua regia. So any metals can be dissolved there, but how to recover the dissolved material is where electrochemistry can play a great role. You can do what is called electrowinning. So I'll go into the actual subject onto that. I don't want to talk about what are the disadvantages of each technique, right? These are, you can get it anywhere. So we'll just get it in this particular place, right? Electrochemical leaching. So how many of you heard this word before, electrochemical leaching? 1 or 2, okay. There are a few people who have heard about this, right? So by doing this electrochemical leaching, what we are going to do is, there are some metals which is in a salt form, right? It's not going to be as a metal zero state. So then if it is in a higher oxidation state, they may not be soluble in the solvents or the acid that you're looking at it. So by electrochemical leaching, if it's a copper, let's say copper 1 and 2, there are possibility at some point of time copper 3 will exist, or even you want to convert copper 2 to copper 1. So you can apply some amount of potential, give one electron to that, and then get into the metal state. Once you get into a lower oxidation state, then they become soluble in aqua regia or any other acids. So in a electrochemical leaching, instead of just a chemical leaching, you can apply a certain amount of potential, reduce its oxidation state, make it soluble in less concentrated acid. I would put it that way. Even otherwise also you can dissolve all these material chemicals in a strong acid, but then if you dissolve them in a strong acid, you are going to pollute environment, right? Your carbon footprint is going to be very high. By the name of recycling the solar panel, I will start polluting the environment, right? So I should not do that. And the one way to do this, there is no other way I can avoid usage of acids. But then I can think of, instead of taking 10 molar acid, can I do 1 molar, or can I do 1.1 molar solution of particular acid, whether it be a sulfuric acid, whether it be a nitric acid. Otherwise, you need to use a strong concentrated acid if you do just a chemical digestion. So that's what is called electrochemical leaching. And how many of you heard the word electrowinning? This normally the metallurgist uses, and few of the electrochemical people also use this electrowinning or electrodeposition. Almost both are similar terms, right? Electrowinning or electrodeposition. Anyone heard it? So I'll give a simplest example, right? You will have a stainless steel cup, right? To look it more attractive, they will have a copper coating outside, right? How do they do it? They do electroplating. And this is really done through electroplating technique only. No other technique can allow copper deposition on the silver, because you are trying to put two material, right, putting together. So you will have a grain boundaries. If you know deeper in chemistry, they will not allow these to come together. But by doing electroplating, you can actually achieve that. Because see, it's like any bond is like carbon-carbon bond. You know how much, what is the carbon-carbon bond energy is? Bond energy, single bond. Yeah, all are chemists. Come on, you have to tell me. I forgot now. I'm into business, so I'll say that. What is the carbon-carbon single bond energy? What is carbon-carbon double bond energy? Either you say in terms of kilojoules per mole, or you say in terms of kilocalories. So if I give some amount of energy, I'll be able to break it, right? And that is what we are going to do with the electrochemistry. You give that energy by applying a potential or giving a current and break that bond, right? Instead of doing it either through a thermal process or mechanical process, I'll be doing it. So in electrowinning, I will try to dissolve everything in an electrolyte solutions and try to deposit on a cathode material. Anode will be a, what do you call, non-reactive material, and your electrolyte will have all these digested material from electrochemical leaching. So by doing a leaching, I will have an electrolyte which will have the mixture of all these chemicals from the solar panel, including silver, tin, lead, and all, right? Now the price of silver and gold is going like anything, so you don't want to lose even that quantity of silver. So you really have to recover it. Once I recover it, the first question that I have to ask is it really pure? Because I'm taking it from so much of complicated system, like a silicon solar panel where there are different materials are involved. How do I purify it? So that is where the electrochemical series comes into the play, right? You go back and think about your electrochemical EMF series, right? And you can apply certain potential to different material and deposit them. And that is what we are going to do in electrowinning also. You apply certain current and deposit selectively those molecules on a cathode, right? Is that okay now? Oh, sorry. And then electro refining, it's more of, if I take, as I said, if you do this glass material, right, if I take the silicon panel, I'll remove the top layer of a glass, I'll throw that, or I'll do some kind of bottling with that particular material. The silicon which is actually there is also something similar to the glass, but it's crystalline in nature, right? So what do I do with that? And there are a lot of potential applications are there. If you think about it, silicon carbide, I don't know how many of you heard of this material, silicon carbide. Anyone knows where it has been used? Huh? Correct. Where else can be used? One big application is there, silicon carbide material. You know it's very strong, right? At least you should be knowing it. cutting metal tools and all, because it's a strong material, they can also act as a bulletproof material, right? So we wanted to have a bulletproof jackets for, let's say, strategic applications. Then we need to have silicon panels, silicon, right? But then only thing is it should need to be high purity. They call 3N, 4N. Meaning is when they say this, these are the numbers which you can look at in literature. So I just wanted to like update you on what it is. If they say 3N, it does mean 99.9. If they say 4N, it just means 99.99. If they 6N means 99.9999. 4 nines. After decimal, there should be a 49. So that's the kind of purity people will look for a certain applications. For electronic applications, that's the kind of purity they want. For, let's say, this kind of bulletproof material, they want probably 4N material. Can I do that? So I can achieve all those things through what is called electro refining material. So I'll take a small amount of purified material. I'll still further refine it to make it 3N, 4N or 6N of what is market requirement is. And all these things cannot be achieved through any other technique. You use a thermal technique, you may not be able to do it, or you do mechanical, you may not be able to do. You can just only shred it, or you do what is called chemical treatment. You will end up losing a lot of molecule, and there will be always the acids which will go and stick to your material.
Yes.
So the purification is all important.
Have some questions.
Yeah. Okay. And electro delamination, I'll just finish it with that. It's like, you have a material layers on that and you want to remove one by one. It's like removing, let's say if you have a graphitic material, you put a tape on it and then start removing, it comes as a layer. And same way we want to do for refining the metals also, so that you get a purity of it. So, yeah. I mean, I can share this. Some of them are actually, also, I don't know how you guys feel it. Please make use of AI. It gives you a lot of information. You don't have to feel ashamed that I'm making a PowerPoint slide or I'm making a proposal with AI. It won't give you just like that, right? You need to feed in data. You need to ask a right question to the AI to give you what you wanted it, right? So even, I don't know, anyone met IIT professor, they're from Mumbai IIT. There's a professor who don't want to name it. I don't know whether he would like to be named. But he keeps saying that you guys use the AI, you do research using AI. You may not have time to read all the research article, right? There are AI tools are there where you put in selective articles into the tool and you tell them to give an abstract of that particular tool. It gives you abstract of it. So please make use of AI so that you don't have to do what we have done in a library. We used to go do the chemical abstract search, and that is now slowly computerized, where we are doing everything through what is called SciFinder or Sci magazines, right? Web of Science. And now one more advancement, you have a software, put everything there, it gives to give you what you want. There are people who write even project proposal using that. So it has come up to that level, but you have to make sure the contents are correct. So anyway, I'll stop at that. There are some slides like this are made using AI. So I don't mind, accepting that fact. So you have to make use of it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can we have some questions,
Please.
Questions from the audience? Yeah.
Please.
Being more advantageous over this silicon-based photovoltaic cells, because now many people are talking on OPVs.
Yeah, organic photovoltaic, right? Yeah, organic photovoltaics are good, but the lifetime, it's not going to come for 25 years, right? And also the efficiency of silicon solar panel, people have achieved almost like 60%, 55 to 60% of converting sunlight into electricity. But organic photovoltaic, you will never achieve that number at all. First thing is, it's an organic molecule. Any organic molecule, as over a period of time, it will start degrading. If you expose to the sun, and especially you are exposing your molecule to the sun, right? And it will slowly start degrading. So the life of OPV is going to be smaller, and also they are not going to be stable for a longer period of time. Yeah. So that's why this all solid state chemistries are coming up. I touched upon that. That's a third generation of solar panel, which is called perovskites or OPV, and that is what's slowly coming up these days. And that can power these kind of rooms. You can have a window with OPV coating. Yeah, smaller application. You can run a small computer using that particular OPV kind of systems.
Waste management will be better in terms of OPVs.
Yeah, maybe. I've still not looked into that particular area, so I may not be able to comment on it. Probably it could be little less, yeah. because now you can convert any organic molecule into useful material. If it is a carbon, you can actually have it as an activated carbon, right? So there is not going to be waste. If it's other oxygen and all, you can take it as an oxygen gas. There are technology which has come. You can convert all these waste into useful molecules, starting material, formaldehyde, right? Acetaldehyde and glycerol. These are industrially important chemical. You can convert all your wood, especially from the jungle. They want to convert all those wood into all these useful chemical. And that's what it's waste to wealth is what is really catching up in this year. And 2050, we may not be really doing actual chemistry, but we'll be collecting all the waste and getting useful material out of that. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Last question, sir. Quantum dot sensitized solar cells, like how they are.
Yeah, that's part of a dye-sensitized solar cell only here. It's P.V. Kamath from US is working a lot on that. You can go and look at his papers. P.V. Kamath, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I request Dr. A. Palinappan to kindly occupy the chair on the dais? Yes, sir, to kindly hand over a memento on behalf of the organizers and Bangalore University, sir. Thank you, sir. Professor, you really I'll just introduce.
Hello. Yeah, I have the privilege of introducing the third speaker for the day, Professor K.V. Gobi. He is a distinguished professor of chemistry at the National Institute of Technology, Warangal, Telangana, with over 20 years of research experience and nearly 2 decades of teaching and research leadership. He obtained his BSc and MSc degrees in chemistry from Madurai Kamaraja University, followed by a PhD in physical chemistry under the guidance of Professor R. Ramaraja. He further earned an International Doctor of Engineering degree in electronic chemistry from Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan, under Professor Tekio Oshaka, reflecting his strong global academic grounding. Professor Gobi's research spans electrocatalysts for fuel cells, hybrid nanocomposites for supercapacitors, electrochemical and SPR-based sensors, biosensors for healthcare and environmental monitoring, and photo and electron catalysts at modified interfaces. Sir has guided several international sponsored research projects funded by MHRD, Government of India, DRDO, JSPS Japan and KITEC Japan, with total funding exceeding 1 crore and major international grants. Sir is an internationally recognized electrochemist. Professor Gobi sir has authored over 113 SCI index research articles along with reviews, book chapters and a patent. His work has received more than 5,000 citations with an H index of 40 plus, underscoring his sustained scientific impact. He is a recipient of several prestigious fellowships, including the Monobushu Fellowship Japan, JSPC Postdoctoral Fellowship, JST Fellowship, and Hermas Honda's Academic Staff Exchange. Sir, you have guided around 11 PhD scholars with several ongoing and serves as a referee for leading international journals in electrochemistry and material science. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Good evening, one and all. I am very much thankful to the organizing committee and the coordinator, Professor Sivaraj Yellappa, for giving me an opportunity to talk about my research. And today, in the morning session, there was a talk planned by, named by Professor Sarma, who said that nanoscience to biosensors, pharmaceutical, and then energy storage devices. So electrochemistry have a very good combination with material science in these applications. So today I will talk about flexible supercapacitors, strategies towards enhanced high performance. The capacitors are very much interested because they give very high power density and also well recyclable for more than 50,000 cycle, and then fast cycling process. So maximum a supercapacitor will take 1 minute. So widely and on average, a 1 minute time is more than enough for a recharging process. But its power density also high, but its energy density is low, where the people work on to improve its energy density so that it could be combined with batteries or solar energy system or for a renewable energy support. Here, for the development of supercapacitor, we need to have a knowledge on both electrochemistry, electrochemical aspects, and then electrical interfaces, how they would behave, and also material knowledge. So instead of nanoscience, I simply say material science, material chemistry of the materials and how they behave and what is their core characteristics. If you could combine both, then we can play into various fields. So we can make use of development of sensors, either biosensor or chemical sensor or any fuel cell, methanol fuel cell or and so on, and capacitors or rechargeable batteries. In all the cases, both these two work play together, and surface engineering, specifically nanomaterials and surface nature. So they would help to achieve these fields. And I worked widely on a field of electrochemical sensors. Then I moved recently to methanol fuel cell and capacitors anyway. So chargeable batteries, I didn't yet touch at all and so. So supercapacitor we started some 7-8 years before, and one student, PhD student had done and completed, and second one is going on. So what one student had produced, with that only I am going to discuss today. And widely for long years, I worked on electrochemical sensors and also surface plasma resonance sensor, where today morning, Jayasri madam had presented about various biomarkers and so on. So in those fields, I had worked on. Now, for the capacitors, there are different kinds. Purely like EDLC, electrical double layer capacitor, which almost look like electrolytic capacitor, which is very old, using a aluminum foils and so on. So their power density is very high, but energy density is critically low and so on. So then pseudo capacitors came into picture, where both capacitor material, which so double layer phenomenon would be there, and also redox properties, Faradic process, non-Faradic process could be combined, so that pseudo capacitor nature come, and then even hybrid materials. So having both double layer source and also Faradic nature. So both would be combined to form a supercapacitor like that pupils are working upon. And yeah, whoever work on either rechargeable batteries or supercapacitors, they might have come across this Ragon plot very much. So where this is a combustion engine gas turbine which have high energy density, at the same time high power density. But old days capacitor, which capacitors where it is widely used in this room also, do you know that? Capacitors. What is the other name for this capacitor? Widely called in old days or even nowadays also applicable. So what we use for fans and then tube lights, condensers. Actually it is called condenser, but it is nothing but capacitor. So where we used to call is a condenser, and its condenser nature, very low energy density but high power delivery is possible. So that's why for starting purpose where we used and so on. And supercapacitors have a very wide range, very near to a condenser and up to very large extent where it come very close to capacitors. So then, very close to batteries. But the power density is very high. But the energy density couldn't be increased along with the power density where if the energy density is high, power density tend to be very low. You need to see that both are in the logarithmic scale and so on. So the maximum power density, energy density which is capable for capacitors is around 10 or 20 watt-hour per kilogram. So anybody working in capacitors or rechargeable batteries? Yeah. Had you not seen any paper which is working, which had achieved around 30 to 80 or 100 watt-hour per kilogram supercapacitor? Had you seen 30 to 100 or 80 watt-hour per kilogram? Is there any report? If you had read at least 10 papers, you might have seen. And even we are also reporting today. So already published. So and it is up to even 140 watt-hour per kilogram. And there are so many literature well published. But if you go even today, the Ragon plot for a general comparison of a energy resources, then this would only be the available. And the maximum energy density possible with this is only 10 or 15 watt-hour per kilogram. It is no more higher than that. But you could see publications, academic, in the range 80 watt-hour per kilogram or 10 or 20, even 140, 150 also. So which is real? Do you know that? Anyway, we will come across later. So then how to improve the power density while keeping the energy density high? So various groups are working in this field and so on. And their applications very widely. In a short term, high power density need to be delivered or to be taken up, charging or discharging. So whether in electric vehicles for a charge balancing along with batteries. So capacitor alone cannot help it because we have seen its energy density is almost like 100 times lesser than batteries. So it cannot replace, but short time charging. So for that charge balancing along with batteries in vehicles, it could be used. And wherever any abrupt high power densities, high power generated or need to be stored, then it would come into picture. So along with any solar panel or wind turbines or any wave generation, so where it could work very easily and well. Because at a high power density, the batteries do not work well and so on. So considering two publications where we developed an eco-friendly synthesized pro-microporous cobalt oxide nanoparticles for symmetric capacitors, and then 1D metalloid induced highly porous nanocarbon fiber conjugated with a PEDOT polymer for supercapacitor. I will discuss on that how a synthesis of fine nanomaterials, nanoparticles could be achieved, and how a fine tuning of an interface, electrode interface, could be used for the enhanced performance. And then materials of high surface area, what it is, and what is the porosity of the material, how they play a role in any electrical applications and so on, in electrochemical applications. So then for this, so when we start up, First, regarding the supercapacitor, the cobalt oxide materials were widely used and analyzed. So we started with, anyway, since there are so many publications, we cannot easily achieve a higher possibility. But, so we took a cut short, some other route. So instead of generating cobalt oxide using a chemical means, how to synthesize using a environment friendly, cost effective nature, using a biological, so plant materials. That only we first planned. So our aim was like that. But instead we got a good, much better results and so on. So for that purpose we chose Vavili or Nochi or Karunochi called, and even in Kannada it is called Bilineki. Had you heard about? So this plant, so the leaves of it were being used, and a very simple extract of it had been used for the synthesis of cobalt oxide nanomaterials. It has long chain acids and then long chain carboxylic acid and also polyphenols and flavones. So these two compounds very primarily, these two branches of compounds were being used for the synthesis of cobalt oxide nanomaterials. For that, a very simple, so one used to like a surfactant to control the size of the nanoparticle, and the other would reduce the material. So cobalt ion to cobalt, so to produce a nanomaterial and so on. Here, a simple extract, that means just a water aqueous extract heated at around 80 degree, then it is treated with cobalt solution, cobalt nitrate solution, and then allowed to form a gel along with. Then it is heated up. Then the powder was collected and calcined at 450 degrees centigrade, where we convert the cobalt oxide material and so on. So see, actually since we have used a plant material, carbon coating came into picture inevitably along with the cobalt oxide. So with the cobalt oxide material, a cover-up layer of carbon had come up, and then with this we made a capacitors and so. Then the formation of cobalt oxide were been confirmed by the both IR spectra and FTIR from the bands in the low frequency region and so on. Then it is further confirmed very simply by a JCPDS data, and then XRD well matched, and then fine we have, and then BET was performed, and we found that the surface area was around 100 meters square per gram. So whenever we get 100 meters square per gram, we thought, okay, very fine mineral we have been obtained. So getting a 100 meters square per gram surface area is not even easily possible for various kinds. Had you worked on, if you had worked on nanomaterials, getting a 20, 30 meters square per gram is not easy. But anyway, that is not, even there are reports, even 700, 800 meters square per gram. But we got 100 meters square per gram. So whenever you got this much size, so what your assumption about the material? So can you guess how the material would be like that? Can you think about? So whenever we do further, what information we are getting? Yes, surface area we are getting. Further, can we conceive or perceive anything about this material? What is the size of the material? If it is spherical in nature, how much it would be? Can we guess it? Yeah, 100 meters square may not be may not be very high, because graphene well known for a very high surface area, where we can achieve around 3,400 meters square per gram. It is a theoretical, isn't it? So can we go 3,400 meters square per gram? even theoretically, is it possible? Impossible, because carbon have a certain atomic weight, cobalt very different. So atom size itself differs, atomic weight differs, simply not possible. There itself 4 or 5 times decrease comes into picture. So that means around 500 or 400 and so on. So then a cluster formation makes it. So then how much possible and so on, what is the nature? So whenever we have such a value, then we can assume what is the nature of the material, like, yeah. So if it is a cubical particle or a spherical particle, using the density and then the surface area, we can think it will be either a 10 nanometer diameter cube or a 10 nanometer cube, page length cube, or a 10 nanometer spherical particles. Very simply we can arrive at. That is a good thing. We can see how a BET data could be transformed into our analysis and so on. So with this, if the material is of around a particle, a cubical, then it is a 10 nanometer page. And anyway, we may not be ending at a very simply one finite charge size. There may be a possibility of different possibilities of number of sizes and so on. But then what is the nature? So to confirm further, we gone to other studies. So same analysis we have done. And then the particle size were been determined by use of a TEM, where we could see the particles around 5 to 7 nanometer. So many particles are there, could be seen. So segregated regions. So then we have, here also we have carved out a single particle, so which is around a region of 5 to 8 nanometer in the region. So whatever we theoretically assume, we have been also there, along with much bigger particle also. So then the nature of the material has been confirmed to be a FCC packing, so of a cobalt oxide and so on. Then the XPS used to confirm the oxidation state, and then so here the cobalt, the 2p peaks, 2p 1 by 2, 2p 3 by 2, where been if the molecule, if the material is of COO or CO2O3, CO3O4, their binding energy would differ by either 16 or 15 or 15.2, even though very close. So we exactly observed it is in a region of 15.52 electron voltage. So the material is a spinel CO3O4 molecule. So 15 means different. But anyway, we already have confirmation with IR and FTIR, IR and Raman spectroscopy. So it further confirms the material is a CO3O4 molecule. And then we have analyzed the oxygen vacancy nature and then lattice oxygen vacancy for the compound and so on. Then they were coated to fabricate electrodes, and 1 milligram, yes, 1 milligram quantity, around 1 centimeter square were being coated, and the electrodes were being prepared, and then the analysis was done. So here, by cyclic voltammetry and also Galvan's charge discharge curves, the energy density were being analyzed, and we have observed that the specific capacitance can be a maximum around 221, and at a very high power density it is about 106.56 farad per gram. So a rate capability had been found, almost 50% would be retained by a jump in a for a jump of about 8-fold increase in power density. We could retain a 50% power energy density possible by this analysis and so on. Then, to further improve the material characteristics, we have coated on the electrode on the material, a thin layer of polypropyl was coated. So to coat a thin polypropyl layer, we use corona ampermeter to follow how far the coating occurs, how much extent we can use it, and so on. So the coating found to attain a maximum around 500 seconds, even though we have analyzed 400, 300, 200, 100, whichever be the zone. So we need to attain a very, very thin layer, so it should not exceed max. But at the same time, how to improve the energy and power densities and so on. So that's why we made a coating at different regions. A 100-second coating, then we had very small increase in the leaching current at the end of 1000 seconds. But when we have around 300 to 400, so then we attained a very high retaining. The current was retained and so on. So that's why we use 400 seconds. So this analysis, corona ampermetry, helpful to say on a reproducibility. So when we make a number of electrodes, so then whether we are achieving the same way, a higher saturated point at around 400 seconds, and also what is the current density we achieved. So which should help to say that there is a reproducibility also there, and the thin layer formed in a very equivalent nature and so on. So then the formed material were being analyzed for the galvanostatic charge discharge analysis. So then we found that the discharge time compared to a bare without polypropyl coating, it is increased by about 2.5 times and so on. So actually the polypropyl, the quantity of the polypropyl coated was about just 20%. So if your material is 1 milligram, so the coating of polypropyl was about just 0.2 gram and so on, 0.2 milligram. But even then, the increase was very high and so on, because these polypropyl acts as a molecular wires to the interior layers of the cobalt oxide to enhance its energy and so on. So when you coat 1 milligram, actually your electrode, on your electrode, so the coating would be of about 1 micron layer would easily come. If you coat a 1 milligram on 1 centimeter square area, your coating would be of 1 micron. So 1 micron, if you consider, there are, if your particle is about 10 nanometer or 5 nanometer, then there would be 100 or 200 nanoparticles would be there. So do they be from the electrode surface to the interior cores, do they be connected well, and so on. So because of the electrical connectivity not there to all the molecules, all the particles, the performance had been very low for a bare nature. But whenever a thin layer had been coated, so the performance increased by a 250%. So that's why we achieved it. So not only that, it reached to the interior layers, but also that the rate capability for a jump in a 16 times when we increase the power density. So then the retaining also increased and so on. So it not only reaches to the interior core. So outer air material also acted very fast and so on. So that's why the rate capability also very high in the material and so. And then, and we found that, so the results were being analyzed. So from the cyclic voltammeter, the results were being analyzed to see how much the inner charge material, so interior materials, the charge storage, and outermost layer, the charge storage. So in the coated system, a 629 coulomb per gram was retained in the outer layer of the material, and the interior layer retains about 2300, means the more and more the charge, capacitance area, charge storage come from cobalt oxide but not from the thin layer coatings, which is very thin and also only contribute to a 0.2%, but 20% of the material and so on. So then we fabricated a 2 electrode system and we found that it performed very well. Even the charge store to illuminate a LED device of 1.5 voltage would be possible and so on. Because the charge storage about 0.8 voltage. So if 2 capacitors were being connected, it could easily, a LED could be charged for a 1.5 voltage LED would be possible and so. Then with the material, when we compare with the without polypropylene, so the interior connectivity. So if the material had been modified by a electrical connectivity, we could achieve to a very high extent. So around 3 times increase in power density and around 4 times increase in the 4 or 5 times increase in the energy density were been possible and so. So, and it had been compared with the various reports and we found that, so the achieved points were been very good. Even then we used a simple phyto extract from a wobbly. So we are bio-oriented area, very good. So eco-friendly material had been achieved a very high, which is comparable with the earlier reports. So a good achievement had been happened. Now, then we move to graphene-oriented materials for the analysis. So the conclusions were been given for this, for the work. So a carbon coating. So because of the thin layer carbon coating, the particles were been aggregation free and also nano size of about 5 nanometer could be possible by this. And then specifically the in situ method. Actually people are using ex situ after the preparation using pyrolysis with a glucose solution to form a thin layer of carbon coatings. So but here a phyto extract made a thin coating itself so that we don't need to worry about, so its stability also very high and even it sustained about 8,000 cycles for a usage and so on. Yeah, for around 8,000 cycles. So the first 10 cycle and the last 10 cycles were been compared. So both were been, and also you could see that the reproducibility of the current density or the farad per gram and coulombic efficiency was very good all throughout the analysis of 8,000 cycles. Then a thin layer coating with a simple polypropylene had performed very well for the material and we achieved a very high energy density with this and so on. So then we moved to a porous carbon material. So where the porous carbon, either carbon nanofiber or a nitrogen dope or undoped, that type would give a very high surface area so that we can achieve a very big possibility. So that's why we start to work on the porous carbon material using a nanofibers. So electrospinning was used to prepare a nanofibers using polyaniline and also polyacrylonitrile and polyvinylpridine. So here we use polyacrylonitrile and polyvinylpridine to prepare a carbon nanofiber. Here, to increase the surface porosity, we use along with selenium, nanoselenium. So, nanoselenium was synthesized and then it is imbibed during the electrospinning. So, then the formed material was analyzed. So, the electrospinning properties have been shown here and the selenium was used at different weight ratios, either 5%, 10, 15, 20, to improve the possibility of the porosity and so on. And then the polymer fibers were been, this is the nanoselenium particles, 1D metalline nanoparticles were been used for the electrospinning. And once electrospinning was done, it was treated with a 220 degrees centigrade to remove any unbound or a free monomers or a water molecules. Then it is calcined at about 800 degrees centigrade and for nitrogen gas atmosphere to convert the molecule to a pure carbon so that a graphitic material could be formed. Then it is heated up again at 200 degrees centigrade. Sorry, no. Nothing. No heated up. Further, at 800 degrees centigrade, it calcined under inert atmosphere to convert the polymer, carbon polymers into graphitic material. Then it is further, at last, any possibility to improve further, a thin layer PEDOT polymer coating were being done, not on the material itself, on a coating, electrode coating was done, then only the PEDOT polymer was formed. Now, we used, so then the formation of a graphenic material were being confirmed by Raman spectroscopy and then by the XRD also. Then we gone for the analysis, what is the nature and so on, the BET. So we found that the surface area of our material prepared is very poor, and whatever be the nature we tried, where it is 5, 10, 15, 20 selenium, we could achieve maximum is 38 or 39 meter square per gram. Earlier, just for a cobalt oxide, we obtained at 100, but here 38.65 meter square per gram. So it is a very poor material and almost like a felt, useless and so on. And anyway, we further tried to improve. So selenium 25% we tried, but electrospinning do not happen at a very high concentration at all. So whenever we use selenium at a higher level, more than that, then it is not at all working, and also it is not useful also, because selenium 10 giving a very high surface area. So we stop here. Then we thought, okay, how it performs and so on. So then we found that the current behavior, so the capacitance of the material very much coincided with the surface area. So here, what is the capacitance of the material for a 1 centimeter square were being compared. So then both were being plotted, and we found that almost both are resembling. So if the surface area increases, actually the capacitance or the energy storage increases. That is fine. But with this, how good performance material could be formed? Then we checked further and so on. But fine. Okay. So actually when we compare, so various people already reported PVA, PAN based material and so on. So they treated with iodine or sodium azide. For that we took selenium, but we found that their surface area is around 80, 650, 992 or 470. But ours is only 39 meters square per gram. So can we use it? Like that we thought. But then when we go for the analysis, we found that the material is the very same nature. So as like the others we got, so around 150 to 200 nanometer thin fibers were being obtained by various groups. So the fiber is very good nature. And the porosity, selenium 5, 10 doping. So here the porosity could be seen. Could you see in the SEM? So this is very flat. So there is no porosity. Here also no porosity. Here more and more porous nature was there. They have been further confirmed by the TEM also. TEM, selenium 10, giving more porous. So more brighter sides. So pores are there and so on, good. Then we analyzed. So considering the time constraint, I will go to the important electrochemical aspects. So analyzed, and then we found that compared to various materials, our material has given a very good around 378 farad per gram. So then we fabricated 2 electrode system. There we obtained 261 farad per gram for a 2 electrode system, and then we found that it is well cyclic possibility is there, very good, and even tried about 5000 cycle, it is very much stable. So the red one and black one, the initial 5 and the last 5, very good nature there, and all the performance is very good, and we found that our energy density is about 35 watt-hour per kilogram, and the power density is also very high, around 14 kilowatt per kilogram. So when we compare with the various other materials, so what I have shown, so these 3 materials, PVA with iodine, sodium azide, and so on. So showing around 472, 990 or 650 meters square per gram. But we are very much comparable. The plain one have given 230 farad per gram and also 7.2 watt-hour per kilogram. But when we coat with a thin layer of a pedot, then we achieved 32.4 kilowatt per kilogram, which is not reported by any other, and so on. So then we surprised. So what is the explanation there? How can we explain? We wondered. But actually, that we need to see not only the surface area, what is the porous nature and so on. So we gone through our material and so on. Instant. So what is their material nature and so? Here, the one of the 3. So actually PVA iodine. So they have treated iodine for different time period, different temperature, even 6 hours to 96 hours, 24 hours at different temperature. They achieved very high surface area and so on. But we found that the surface area increased very high, but the porosity remained very low, always below 0.6 nanometer. Always your porosity remained. So the porosity surface area go on increases, but the porosity go on remain at a very same position. So 0.6 nanometer or below. And when you are having a porosity around 6 Armstrong alone, so in this region there is no. So if your porosity is 6 Armstrong and below, the nitrogen or argon for BET analysis can diffuse. That also in a gaseous atmosphere. But in electrochemistry, the ions need to diffuse with a solvation sphere. So it need to go inside. So for that you need to have a minimum of 1.5 to 2 nanometer. Then only the ions could move. And a hydrated ion would have around 0.7 nanometer size. So for its diffusion in solution, so then we should have around 1 or 2 nanometer above. Then only can diffuse. So then their surface area is good, but electrochemistry wise they cannot perform. And so we found that it cannot be. And we compared then what is the other and so on. So for the other 3 reports, also very same. So below 1 nanometer or around 1.2 nanometer below their porosity there. Then for the next one, okay, 3-1. Third one. Here also below 1 or below 0.7 nanometer. So they remain in a very microporous region. So near mesoporous, narrow mesoporous region. Otherwise you do not perform very well in the electrochemistry. Then we found that our material, so in all the cases, whether selenium 0 or selenium 5, 10, 20, so the porosity was more than around 1.5 to 4 or 10 nanometer and so on. So whatever with the surface area there, it was very much helpful. So that's why we could achieve a very high energy density and so on. But that type of material is good if you are doing any research in some gaseous phase conversion, chemical degradation or anything in a gaseous phase. So those type of materials could be considered. But for electrochemistry, then we should have some possibility. So luckily, what we selected, a selenium, had helped in a very good way and so on. But even though we first worried, selenium, usually people would say, selenium is not good, it is toxic in nature, nano selenium is much more toxic and so on. But even though, for the performance wise, if you are in a very safeguarded environment, we could get a very good material and so on. So then, okay, yeah, fine. So the other one, so I will leave here, so skip it. So we need to see how to tune the material and just go on analyzing. So BET and so on, SEM, TEM, do not be useful. The obtained data, what it is, where it is helpful to us and what is the nature that we need to come up and so on. With this, I thank the organizers and thank you.
People can discuss over the poster sessions. Any one questions? Questions? Wait, ma. It's not on.
Okay, which type of supercapacitors are preferred in electric vehicles? We have 3 types. Among the 3 types, which is preferred? Because one will give power density, another will give energy density more comparatively. If we prefer hybrid, we'll get both. But in this case, which type we have preferred?
These are hybrid supercapacitors and so on.
Both.
So because we are using carbon-based material also. So these are hybrid supercapacitors.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so others can discuss during the poster session. So now let us thank sir for his wonderful lectures. And so we completely covered about electrochemistry and how it can be used. So thank you very much, sir. So now I request Professor Shankar to give one shield as a momentum of thanks. Even this session was chaired by Sudesh sir, so due to urgent work he left. I thank him sincerely also. Now we will break for tea and poster session. Before that, now Shyamala madam will give some instruction for poster session and she will introduce judges so that you can follow them.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now we shall move